Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hards Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hards Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hards Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hards Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hards Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bunny. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bunny. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bunny. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion.
Yo, 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 what up, what up, what up? It's Talk Shit Tuesday. What up, fam? Big shout out to everybody in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to everybody in the Shark Tank. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Tuesday night, Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Okay. Okay, mic check. Super mic check. Alright, fellas, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. To all my people on the back street, I see you. What up, fam? Working on that static situation, make sure we don't get that static. Super mic check 1 2. Super mic check 1 2. Yo, 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 big shout out to my man Styles, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Fat Farm Ray, I see you, fam. Representing New Mexico, my man Frank. What up, fam? My man Mike Lee in the house. What up, fam? My homeboy 614 Tree representing in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? The one and only long time supporter, my man Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Michael For Good in the house. What up, fam? My man, Viking Family LG representing School Country. What up, fam? Yo, yo, my man Milton Kennels in the house. Yo, 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 what up, fam? Shout out to my little brother in the house, Scratch Line News in the house. What up, bam? My man Cayman Sin in the house. What up, fam? Man, mate, I see you, fam. The one and only, the incomparable Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Yo, yo, my man Double M Dashbo's in the house. What up, fam? My man David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Pressure Kennels in the house. What up, fam? man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Yo, self-made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man TCB TV in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man Mr. Bruce Morgan in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, M1. I see you, fam. My peeps. Talk of the city, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Don. I see you, fam. Representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combines, my man Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Freddie Smith in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Freddie, as you notice, you done came up in here and you see all this blue. This blue represents the Shark Tank. Don't cost you nothing to get in the Shark Tank. All you think you gotta do is do two things. You've done one of them things already, fam, and that's show up. Second thing you gotta do is participate in the chat. I like to see how my newcomers come in, see how you can swim amongst these sharks. What I mean by swimming amongst the sharks of participation is basically around, let me see you share your knowledge, share some information, see how much you can hang out and talk dogs with these people right here, because again, I said this is a Shark Tank and you know I'm falling in shark infested waters and it can be rough. Just want to see if we can hang out with the sharks. Again, welcome to the show. And to all my other sharks, y'all show some love to the new member, Mr. Frank Smith in the Shark Tank. What up, bam? Big shout out to Miss in the house. What up, bam? Again, let me big shout out to Miss Tammy Gore in the house. What up, fam? What in the world is going on with this damn thing? I should be back here in a second, fellas. the mic check going on. Y'all bear with me. I'm getting this taken care of. Big shout out to my man Two Dogs in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Anthony Davis in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my brother from another mother, my man, Mr. Jermaine Hunter in the house. What up, fam? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up with everybody? That you guys showing up tonight? My dog mamas, dog mamas out there in the house, showing up to all my people on the back street. GR.CH is showing up, showing the love on a weekday. Talk shit Tuesday. What up? Hey, tonight's show gonna be kind of an interesting show, you know, because I see crazy things going on. Every once in a while, you see Mo sent me a article kind of today pertaining to top official. And he got hemmed up. Bad time, some bad activities. You know what I'm saying? One of them shocking moments. All started from a situation that happened last year. All of us heard about us trying to start it and followed all the way down to Carolina. An article stated about 8 of the 9 people indicted guilty robbery, government. So, you know, their cooperation, giving up somebody at a high level job. I'm not talking about no janitor, talk about very, very high level. I just took back to where, you know, as long as I've been around this game, many, many years, had a chance to meet prominent. That's when you're doing what we're doing. It's not one of them things everybody needs to know. So that's restricted just backyard of the neighborhood. It never has been one of those type of societies. Like any around activity. Gonna have some high level prominent people involved, and they don't want their name thrown all over. I did this, and can't seem to understand the importance of why it's always been this. It's not something that has always, you know, it was a time that where in shone on fighting dogs. Times have changed, you know, way before my 20s. Way back in 1981 when we came in. Late 80s. Think about great, talk about the great doctor, Atlas Brewer, Air Atlas. I can take you way back a little further than that. Remember, I can talk about Cheryl Powell, all these men. I check for all the things dominant people, you know, even back in that time. So, never been something they ever blasted, shy away. But they kept it within the community. Sad to see that involved in don't live by the code of what they're involved in. That part right there It's always been something, never been what I can see. The crime, you do the time. Bite down on the bullet, take that walk. That has always been a part of street code, I call it. Street code, I didn't create it. It was there long before I got there, and I'm 60. It was like snitches, rats, whatever you want to call them. Something that I felt like if we wanted to talk about, then can only go back, talk about our past. Mic check. Mic check. Can I get a mic check? One. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Check. That's that. Mic check 1. Mic check. I'm gonna trash that. Okay, fellas, y'all let me know if everything is good now. Mic check. I got to be able to hear what's going on because I be talking and I don't want to be missing nothing. Okay, let me go back to what I was saying. I don't know what part I missed, but I'm gonna go back to, this thing we call our secret society. I can't talk and listen to myself. That don't work. But this secret society. You know what I mean? This is something that again was there long before we did it. We can put all the names on it. Predominant. Figures have always been a part of this game as long as I've been around it. And maybe this game not built for everybody, and trust me, I don't condone dog fighting. Don't even get this part twisted. Just like I don't condone people selling drugs, but what they do is what they do. I'm not here to bash what people do. What I'm here to talk about is if you gonna do it. I just took care of that.
Okay, that's what it was. Fade me while he was talking.
If people gonna do that, you have to take the risk to come with it. And again, it's not something that I'm trying to promote. I'm just trying to give y'all a little bit of the history because again, back in my time, there were still drugs every damn where. Dog fighting was at an all-time high. People were selling guns. The same thing that people do today. It just never changed. It's always been a part of reality, And the thing that's more hurting about, all those activities is that we have to deal with snitches, the rats that has infiltrated your organization, infiltrated your society, got caught up probably doing something they ain't had no business doing in the first place, and then take it upon themselves to save themselves for something that they got caught up in, and choose to just tell on somebody. Remember, that's how the Michael Vick situation jumped off. You know, Mike they didn't catch Mike doing anything. It took people to tell on him. And they took that ball and they rolled with it. And they used him as an example. But he wasn't the only one that was a professional out there doing it. But you know what? He took that hit and he took that ride by himself. And there was a whole bunch of people I know he could have told on. Whole bunch.
For ourselves.
Just based on us. You know what I mean? I can tell you, yeah. A whole bunch of people. You know, but he didn't. He took that ride with all he had in play. You know, his football career, the humility, all that. He took that bullet and he bit it and he took that ride, you know, like a G. And then you got some, you know, to get up in there and just, you would think that they was down with it, the clit and everything. You know, like Ricky, McNasty, believe it or not, Fat Stan. You know, there's people I can say because these are people that I know that are really snitches. It's not, I didn't make this up. I don't call people snitches just to be calling them snitches. I just don't do that. It's just not actually fair or cool to be pointing fingers at people and calling them snitches without receipts. And there's nothing that I'm saying right now, and none of the names that I named, that there's not paperwork on them. You know? And again, I say this to say that there's a lot that came with being in the basement. A lot. And you remember, back in our times, we was catching little small things like misdemeanors and shit. You know, did it stop the basement? No. It didn't. But at what point did society start checking what was going on? People bringing in cameras, videotaping, all kinds of things going on. You know what I mean? And like it was cool. As time went on, you know, we was collecting cell phones. We was collecting, you know, doing pat downs, and, you know, like it really mattered. They, you know, used to have them little speeches. If it's the police in here, you know, used to open it up. You know, if the police in here, we would, you know what I mean, we would not do this. You know, I mean, like that really meant something. I mean, no, you know, we knew it didn't really mean anything, but the fact was, at least it was an effort to try to operate within the legality of what they was doing before they started to do it. You know, everybody thought if I asked if you were the police person, you're supposed to say something, but if I was the police person, I was somewhere that I ain't had no business being, and I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of illegal activity. You think I'm gonna put up my hand and say I'm the police? I mean, really, you know, we all understood that, but we still tried to bring some continuity to what we were doing, you know. And so that part of the game and that part of everything that we did and everything that people do when they dealing with underground activity, all of it always going to come with a risk, you know. And if you're not willing to take the responsibility that comes with that risk, I always suggest some things that just ain't meant for everybody. You know, some things just ain't meant for everybody. So that's what we're gonna try to talk about tonight. You know, outside of just some other dog things, you know, but that's just one of them things that I wanted to bring up because of, you know, it's something that we really need to talk about because again, debasement has and I believe will always exist. You know, it's just one of them things that where everybody quote cannot be a hunter. You know, it's easy to jump on Facebook and say the things that they say and things that they do, but you don't never know how thick a person's skin is until they find themselves in that position. I remember what I told y'all about the big federal employee who got, ratted on. Out of 9 people that got indicted, 8 of them now cooperated. And if y'all familiar with the story, they followed the guy all the way from D.C. all the way to Carolina, talking on Instagram and, just planning the dog fight right over social media. And like somebody wasn't going to pick that up. And it led to all the drama a whole year later. And 8 of the 9 people indicted pled guilty and cooperated. That to me is one of them things to where, again, this game ain't meant for everybody. This game is not meant for everybody. Everybody can't do this. They have been raiding dog fights since God knows when. People telling anonymous tips. Look at all the craziness that comes with this, man. But yet, guess what? We still did it. We still did it. And there's a lot of them that didn't have nothing to say about nothing. Lost their dogs, lost their yards. But you know what? They did it the right way because they understood the risk. They understood what came with it. And I just bring that to y'all's attention because not everybody might not be like you. And that's a problem. That's a very serious problem. Because that's the risk that you take. Levels to the game. Mic check 1 2. Like it was 40, 50 people doing something. And I don't know what this causing that, man. I swear I don't. But, 40, 50 people out there doing something and things just going crazy. Yeah, I don't know if you see that hole that you need. I got it. Okay. Hold on. I'll turn it up for you. And that was just one of them things where when you got caught, you know, you start looking at the people around you, and then, you know, remember we seen that situation happen on plenty of occasions, you know. Everybody go down, and all of a sudden you see people walking, you know, coming back out, you know. And it's kind of like, how did he do that? You know, that was a funny situation for me because I laughed like, they had the dog up in a vehicle that was on a jack way up, and they didn't know nothing about that dog. And the only people who would have known about that dog was the people that was actually there. But there was one man who got a chance to get his dog back and take his dog with him. And everybody looked at him like, now how was that possible? And then they go right back to where they just left from when they raided us, and went up there and got that dog that they missed the first time. So you're, you know, one of them kind of situations to where you be like, you laugh about it because, again, you know, there's no denying what happened right then. You know what I mean? There's just no denying it, you know? So those are the type of things that I'd be looking at, you know, back on our years, so many years of doing what we was doing back then, and all the crazy things that happened, and all the snitching and the telling that people was doing. But, you know, it was a little bit different for us simply because, you know, believe it or not, you know, we used to be street people too. So that street game was no different than the underground. All of us underground, but you know, the American Pit Bull underground, you know, we all had a common adventure outside these dogs. But it was the respect for what we was doing and at the risk that we were taking, like everything else. You're always wanted to be careful of how and what you did, and kind of wanted to know who you was doing business with and how you was doing business. You know, certain things you just didn't do. You don't talk on the phone. You didn't do this. You know, you don't advertise. You know, all the crazy things that you see people do today, we just didn't do. But then we didn't have the internet like you guys got today. We didn't have social media out there like that. You know, the Instagrams, the TikToks, the Facebooks, the Telegrams, all that craziness. Like, utilize it just because somebody say, oh, this is safe, but it really don't be safe. Like, see, I was under the impression, you know, when we was running around, even though we did a lot of traveling, we only dealt with fast lane situations, which meant for us, somebody knew somebody that knew somebody, but everybody knew everybody, and we looked at anybody that didn't, none of these people know, we always looked at you like you was crazy. And they handled it in that type of manner. Somebody better be accounting for this person, and because you're responsible for that person. If that person be the one, there be something go down, and that person happened to be the one, then that makes you responsible for that person, and you're gonna have to deal with that person type of situation. I mean, I didn't make those rules. Those rules was there in place long before we got there. We just played by the rules. And I look back at all of that and be like, do y'all really truly understand what is actually involved in what we were actually doing on such a high level? The risk that we were taking? I mean, we talking about the dog part of it, but damn, just not outside of just having the dogs. Look at everything else that you was jeopardizing when you was doing that. Yeah, we knew all of that. We knew all of that. And when it happened to us, guess what? When it happened to us, guess what? Everything got shut down. Everything. I mean, when I say everything, I mean everything. No communication, no nothing, don't know nobody, whatever it is what it is. Let's roll with this. And do what we can to deal with what we're dealing with right here, dealing with our situation. And refuse to bring anybody into it. Wouldn't let none of the boys be calling in, talk about what's going on. No, all communication stops. Because what they don't know, they don't need to know. And that's just how we had to deal with it. Because we didn't want to bring other people into our shit. You know? That's that secret society. Remember, there's a lot of secret societies out here. You know, they got all types of secret societies. I mean, what's the black, what they call it now, Mo? What's the black internet thing? What they call the black internet thing?
The dark web.
The dark web, yeah, the dark web. You know, look at that one. All kind of shit going on over there. Now, we out here talk about the dark web. You see the dark web on the TV, people talk about the dark web. You think they don't know about the dark web? And how to maneuver and get in it and do the things that they do? See, this government has the ability to pay people to sit back and just do dumb shit. With all the things that's going on in the world, they pay people to do that. It's like anything else, you know. They're always going to have their nose in the middle of it. So it's not nothing out here that you can really get away with, you know. My thing is, the game's not meant for everybody. So, in the process of doing what you're doing, understand that. Because it's not worth the risk dealing with things that you're not really willing and ready to deal with. That's all. You got to be willing to take the consequences that come with what happens. Because if you're not ready to do that, then you're going to hurt somebody. You're going to hurt people who is doing it the right way, all because you're trying to save your own ass. And I've never been a fan of that. But I'm not here to bash people who do that, because I just always look at it like some people ain't built for this, you know, and you just can't trust everybody. Never was one to trust anybody, actually. You know, the ones I could trust, those was the ones that I didn't know, that I looked for you, somebody that, hey, somebody better tell me about that over there. We got a problem, type of situations, you know what I mean? And that's just how the underground works. Somebody always had to co-sign and was responsible for somebody. And that responsibility was a bigger, you know, to me, I think that kind of responsibility carried some serious weight to it, because, you know, people got families. You know, that underground is really nothing really to be messing around with. That basement really ain't nothing to be messing around with if you're not prepared to take what comes along with it. Something you want to stay away from. You know, go back and just tell everybody, I just breed pit bulls. That's all you're doing. It's okay to say that. But don't be out here trying to say you're a pit bull and you out here selling pit bulls and he bad as hell, he game, all that other thing, because like you really know and you don't really know. It's a selling point? Well, nowadays, I believe that selling point right there would get you arrested. Selling and breeding dogs for the purpose of dog fighting. Now imagine that. You sold a person a dog. This person gets in trouble. This person done recorded your conversation. And all of a sudden you getting busted. because he knew, and he said that you sold him that dog knowing what you was going to do with that dog. How did he know? Because here's our conversation on my phone. Now, the reason I bring that part up, because that North Carolina situation that started back in D.C., that took from D.C. and all the way to North Carolina, they had all that type of information. All of it. And it led them all the way back to a man that I know been doing dogs since the early 80s, 90s. Had a prominent position in the Pentagon. I ain't talking about a janitor type situation either. I'm talking about somebody who has some power, you know. But we've known many of them along the way. Many of them along the way. And I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, because even though we take y'all way back to the past and talk about the things that we did and how we did things, we don't ever want y'all to forget that, yeah, we were involved in the game that much, but we never got away from the risk that we were taking. I don't think none of us got away from the risk we were taking. And I think that is something that for all you guys that's trying to do this or been doing this, or even my boys on the back street that understand that probably not in this game no more, but y'all knew, we all knew, didn't we? Some of us lost our dogs, whole yards, but we never took nobody down with us. That was the risk we all took. We did our time and we came home and that was it. That's how that ball works. But I don't think, you know, everybody built like that. You know, you guys got to be understanding that everybody ain't built like that. Everybody's business is not everybody's business. Some people, you don't know what kind of jobs and positions they hold in life. Hell, Atlas Brewer was the mayor. Cheryl Powell retired as sheriff officer. I mean, my man Big Nate, retired professional. Pitbull Bramble, retired professional. You know, all these guys knew the risk that they was taking. And guess what? Did it stop us? No. Why? Because we love what we do. That's just like my man Pablo Escobar. Let me go with Pablo. I mean,
Jamie and his FBI.
oh well, we know, you know, Jamie wasn't his real name, but Jamie, you know, he was the man that bought all our dogs, but we knew he was an FBI agent. At least he did come right out and let us know that. It wasn't a secret. He wasn't trying to hide it. He just wanted you to know that it was, you know, hey, I do this for the FBI. But that man was more connected than anybody I knew as far as what was going on. You know, so I can't knock him for what his occupation was. Just like my man that worked over at the Pentagon. They wouldn't have been able to say that where he worked if they didn't know where that's what he did. Maybe he thought his position was safe. Jamie didn't trust any and everybody. Remember, we called him Jamie Long, but Jamie Long wasn't his real name. See what I'm saying? Some people just don't want to be exposed like that. Some people just love what they doing and how they doing it, and that's just that other life that they don't want to be involved with their real life. You know, That's why I don't knock anybody for doing this, because I've seen too many who had a whole lot more to risk than I ever had and still did it. Like my man Pablo Escobar, that's why I bought him up, because how many millions and billions of dollars did you need before you would just shut it down and just go home? And you know, at what point do you do that? I wouldn't know that answer, because guess what? When you love something to the point to where it becomes an addiction to you, it becomes a little bit more than just about the money. Maybe it's just the love of the game. For my people out there, y'all understand what I'm talking about. Maybe it's the love of the game. So when they talk about times are changing, you know, well, the risk has always been there. Time is changing, but the risk didn't change, regardless of what it is and how you're doing and what you're doing. If you're in a secret society and you're in the basement or you're doing some underground shit, you always have to understand that you're taking a risk, and as long as you're dealing with the risk, you're skeptical to come in, you know, having to deal with the things that come with being caught. And I just put this out there because if you're doing what you do, then be willing to take everything that comes with it by yourself. And I know that sounds like, oh yeah, you stick your chest out until that time comes. So for the ones that we can't tell which ones they are, always look at everybody like they're one of them. Because when you're talking too much, you probably be one of them. And that's how I've always looked at it. You know, if you're doing something other than that, you know, remember, even in the government, I think it's a 255 years and a $250,000 fine if you get caught on the federal level, indicted. But damn, man. It was 10 years and more for drugs. And I know people were still taking the 10 because they wasn't ready to do the 25 to 30 to life, or a 3-time loser. So, you know, y'all heard about them. Frank Whites, the Sammy the Bulls, the Ricky Joneses. Y'all know which ones I'm talking about. You know? You don't want to be one of them. Because that's not a good look. And then to me, when people do stuff like that, you just putting your family and everybody else in jeopardy. Because some people just don't take kindly to that type of shit. And I just don't think that everybody's built for it. And I don't want y'all to think because what we do over here and what we talk about over here is always going to be pertaining to that part of our past, like a movie. You know? It's only our history. It's our past. We're not telling you to go do what we did. We're just telling you why we were successful in doing the things and why we were doing the things with the people we're doing, why they were successful in doing that. Because most of my people, I know they're not doing this anymore. So we can always sit down and talk about it and laugh about it and reminisce. And talk about the raids they was caught up in. Talk about the day they got their dogs took. Those are the things that we like to bring out here to show you just how much it hurts when it happens to you. But in the same token, be willing to take what comes with it and move on. Because you still got so much more life to go. So that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about today. Outside of going back, and we're going to get into some more dog business, you know what I mean? Because I always look at it. This is what we love to do back there. So if a lot of our viewers come to hear and like going to a movie watching Scarface or the Goodfellas, I liked both of the movies. You know, I loved them. But it's a movie. And that's what this is like. It's a documentary of our life as far as our adventures in the American Pit Bull fraternity as hunters. A little bit of breeding, but majorly hunters. So I thought I would just start to show off with that situation right there. You know, because again, this is a story that just came out today. And look, while I'm talking about it, remember I told you my, I think it was Friday show, I told you when we got the bad news about my little brother. They had just put him in hospice. Well, he died Saturday morning. So my heart goes out to my little man. You know, brother for life. I just wait for, you know, we're going to be getting out of here and going to put another one of our fams in the ground. And that just goes to show you, know, life is short. Remember, he's younger than us. But what I love about him is what he did in life, he did to the very end, regardless of what his health was. You know, when you love doing something, and this young man was a coach of a lot of great basketball players and even musicians. Stackhouse, Charles Shackelford, Brandon Ingram. This man coached these guys from kids growing up. He also was around when we were doing our shows, UTFO, Heavy D and the Boys, the Beastie Boys, KRS-One when they was running with Scott LaRock before Scott LaRock got killed, Ice Cube, the Gorilla Mob, MC Breed. I mean, the list goes on and on. Spice One. I mean, my list can go on and on and on. But that's another story we can tell. But this young man was a young kid when he jumped on the bandwagon with us. And he took that ride his whole entire life with us up until we moved to Florida and he wound up going back home to Carolina. But we were always hooking up, whether it was in Maryland, back in Akron, back here in Florida, back in Carolina. You know, when you got some kind of people in your life, that's family. Love him like he's my brother. It's really like I lost a brother. You know? And true to the core. So big shout out to my man. I'm just cutting by what we know him from. My man Snake. R.I.P. my brother. You got this, Mo?
I'll take it from there, Mo. Yeah, hold on, guys. Let me get my computer just together here. What's up, fellas? What's up there, peoples? Hey, that was a good conversation. I'm sitting up there. I just sit down, man. Why you do that, man? You was doing good. It's interesting. Really need all y'all talking all calm and cool. Me, I'd have been talking shit. Man, you hear that little snitching ass, man? Little snitching ass people, man, running around here snitching on people.
Just snitching on everybody.
Man, I seen dudes, man, get life when they were throwing life on drug dealers with no violent crimes. No violent crimes, but because you're a drug dealer at a certain level, we're giving you a life sentence. Y'all think y'all smart. Yeah. I seen people, man, get up on them stands, man. And without these people, would have never been a case. My thing is, why you telling on people they ain't got nothing to do with what you do? You know what I'm saying? We don't even run together, but you gonna tell on me. You know what I'm saying? Because you trying to get out of some shit. You trying to get your dog back. I mean, what kind of shit? Those is curves. I don't give a damn. Get mad at me. Get mad at me, because I seen some sit right there and take them life sentences when they didn't have to. They didn't have to. They were like, damn, I'm going to get life. I ain't telling on nobody. And took it just like that. Thank God for Obama. Thank God for Obama. Because Obama, he pardoned a whole bunch of drug dealers, y'all, that was in prison for life without a violent charge, but just because they was drug dealers. In our world and how we came up, what else do we know? We get caught up in that life, man, because it's part of our life. You see it in the street, you grow to it, your environment of the people you live around. And you know, shit happened. Me, I got caught up in all that. Because I'm from the streets. You know, yeah, I'm a Marine. Yes, I did my job. I mean, that part right there. But for some odd reason, the connection between that, the streets, and the dogs, you have to be smart and upon your shit. Now, I have to admit, I made a very bad mistake that caused my demise. And that was the demise that, you know, it didn't take me having to sit down and worry about everybody else. You know, the target was basically, the guy was mad and came at me. You know, they got control of the court, so you go and say the right words. Anybody can get a warrant. We see that now, so don't be. We know we can talk about everything else, but if they want to go get a warrant to do some dumb shit to you, you know what I'm saying? They gonna do it. They gonna figure a way to come up with something. So you got to have your shit to prove that whatever that something is, you know, they don't suspect you to be sitting up there. You know, remember our cell phones? If we wasn't having these cell phones with cameras on them, we still be getting killed. There's a lot of cops in jail for murder because of these cell phones. There's a lot of broken families who lost a loved one that's rich because of these cell phones and our cameras. You know, it's not what you're doing at your house when they come back with these dogfighting indictments. They're coming back with dogfighting indictments because you got people out here that ain't got no business in these matches. If I can't shut the whole shop down and say, if anybody in here, look to the left of you and look to the right, if you don't know the person standing next to you, somebody in here better. That's the way you needing to start off doing shit back in my day. If you was in my day and it was going to get like it is these days, where they got undercover popos, they got undercover popos conditioning and fighting the dog, they got cops running around here with $5,000 in their pockets trying to buy dogs. If you can get me somebody, and sometimes it takes two, do you know him? Did he come with you? Everybody looking around. Y'all know everybody? Okay, and anybody who don't know somebody better speak up. So before we do this, everybody in here better know everybody. And then it takes more than just a snitch going and say, well, twin fight dogs. Which one? Yeah, the twins. it don't, that ain't enough to send them to me. That's enough for them to come and see for themselves. And the thing about it, if you got a treadmill at your house, you got medicine in your house, and we keep our dogs on big chains, and you keep a treadmill on your yard, you liable to get your yard took and charged for dog fighting with no other evidence other than the evidence that they came to your house and saw. You know, that's a problem. Because now you have to defend yourself. And see, when drugs is involved, there is no defense. See, they're gonna tag you with the drug dealer thing, and then they're gonna tag you with the dog fighting thing, because already, regardless of what they
Mic check.
You want to lift it up just a little bit, because I know I got to be spiky.
No, let's just doing that on the song. You sounded good. I can tell that thing crazy.
Okay, y'all know what I'm saying. I mean, look at Harry. Harry sold a dog, and the man, they get you with the money, and the man wanted to spend $5,000, and he took the dog. Man made one little comment, and Harry jumped in there. You want to see him go? You know what I'm saying? And that's what jammed him up. Yeah. Now, we had it anonymous when Akron got jammed up, when they got Texas Pete. When Akron got jammed up, you know what I'm saying? Somebody had already told this situation, and sometimes, you know, a couple people think that the host did it. You know? But most people don't know. My partners and them got jammed up in the Carolinas. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jacobs' wife, yeah. Yep. Mr. Jacobs' wife set that show up to get everybody busted. Yeah, Jacobs, Champion Hall. Yeah, him. His wife got my people busted. The wife got the police to, you know, what was it? Why that? You know? And you would have never.
If I pick another channel. Mic check. Mic check. We got the raggediest sound system in America, man.
Yeah, man. But no. We're going on a year. Going 2 years in February.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out. come up with something else or something.
Yeah. You can do that. Maybe this stuff ain't made for this little stuff, man. You break it down, get your little board, connect to our other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but guys, what I got cut off at, Mike said it was Jacobs. Yeah, Frank Jacobs' wife set that whole shit up and got all them people busted. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, come on, how you gonna get around that? It's y'all shit, y'all throwing it, but it's all set up to bust a bunch of people. You know? Boy, was she mad at her husband, right? For real. But the game now, it's done in such a way now that, you know, it's hard to talk about because the internet does enough talking for you. You know what I'm saying? The internet, I mean, I just seen somebody post something the other day, and I hope they was from another country, and I hope it was their dog, but they was congratulating, I guess, they self for their champion that they just made. They just made, you know, he said he just made this dog a champion. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, he put it on Facebook like it's all good. Now, I hope he's not in the United States. And I hope it was his dog, okay? Because if he congratulating shit and putting the dog's name and the kennel name and the pedigree all out there, then I would hope it's his dog. And I hope I don't know him. You know what I'm saying? Because he going to get that knock. I don't know if y'all really knew the whole story about the Virginia thing. But you know, they followed them from Virginia all the way down to Carolina, y'all. And they paid to get in the fight. And while they in the fight, they done took pictures of everybody in there. The one dude that rolled down with him, he was one of the dudes that rolled down with him. He didn't even have dogs. He had one dog. He just riding around with them. You know, he in the game because, you know, he probably was eventually to got him a dog or something, but he got caught up in just the game itself, you know. You can be one of them viewers that really ain't got no dogs. You just like to go to the dog fights. You know, he got caught up. So when the people knocked on his door and was like, hey, you got any, you know this person? No. You got any animals? No, I ain't got no animals. You sure you don't know this person? No. What about this person? No. Why? What's up? What's going on? Oh, nothing. We just wanted to, we was doing a little investigation. We just trying to find out, you know, going through the trail to see who know who. So what they got to do with me? He said, oh, nothing. We just, you know, we got information that you might have known these guys. We just stopped by to see if you knew them. Okay. He said, he didn't know them. Okay, now guess what they do? They come back with a warrant, go up in this shit, and take him to jail. And while they taking him to jail, riding down to the police station or the Fed building, they sit there and show him a picture of him at the match, y'all. They got a picture of him at the match where the dogs was fighting, standing next to the two dudes. They asked him, did he know? And then told him, we know you know him because you rode down.
Mic check. Mic check. I don't know if it's got to be the mic. You back?
I'm back.
Yeah.
But this is, Boy, you working you today, ain't it, money?
Yeah. They left off at the car. They told him in the car.
Okay, they told him in the car. They told him in the car, when they got him in the car, they said, you know, if you knew him, you should have told us, because we don't ever ask you a question that we don't already know the answer. But they said they followed them from D.C. all the way to Virginia and paid to get into the dog fight. They told him all this before he even made it to jail. Why did they tell him? Because they knew he didn't have no dogs. They went after him because he was one of those people that they took a picture of, and they took a picture of everybody in there. I don't know what kind of camera they had. They must have had some little glasses or but it was, he said, man, twin, they was like if somebody was standing there literally taking pictures. Not no buckle shit all down here at the bottom. No, this shit was right where they could, did a whole scan of the room and shit. So, but that was all because a snitch let them in the telegram. See, they wouldn't have never gotten to the case when it never got open, guys. One of the guys that was in that telegram doing with them other guys hadn't got busted. When he got busted, he gave them that telegram for them to go in that telegram and watch the shit that was going on. So they became part of the telegram, got signed in, and they didn't sign up and get their own telegram. They used his. He let them use his telegram to go in there, and they just opened up them a good old investigation by going on that telegram and watching what was going on. Since everybody thought on that telegram that everybody was cool and safe. That's how they got jammed up. They used all them conversations and all that opening conversation they had on that telegram and understanding why we thinking all that shit is safe. Why we think we got that thing on automatic explode, delete. You know what I'm saying? They sitting right there. How can you know when y'all doing all this shit on the internet, the wrong person is sitting here watching you? Just like these podcasts. Come on. You think these people ain't poor Twin file? No, Twin was a damn convicted dog fighter. You think that these people ain't paying attention to this room? What are we scared of? Why do you think so many of us do this shit? Because a lot of us don't feel afraid no more because we're not doing anything. We're definitely past 20 years. See, when they got my boy over there at the Pentagon, see, if for those who know the situation, and y'all send that link to the guys who don't know, if you know somebody in there who wants to share that information to get everybody caught up to date on what we literally talking about today, as far as that, because I really don't. I rather celebrate the kennel than to celebrate the charge. I ain't excited about the charge, but I'm gonna celebrate the kennel because I watched this kennel grow. And the way they put it in the article, they said he's been doing this since 2002. Now, when they remember I told y'all I said about the Department of Agriculture? When y'all read that article, you're going to see that name again. The Department of Agriculture. What do the Department of Agriculture got to do with the dogs? Well, you got to understand, they still the animal people. Them was the ones I told y'all they had the journal. And I'm telling you, there's a database on everything in those journals. A database. That they can type in a search all and pull out everything that they didn't do, what they got. And you know how them governments is. They got shit that can go in there, man, and know everything that ever happened in them books once it's been put into the AI. And so, they was lying to y'all in that article when they said 2002. If you notice, 2002 is little more than the 20 years, but you got to remember, they just picked him up. But their investigation started last year. So they was already busted on him with their investigation as of last year. So that's that, there's that 20-year span that they can play with. They got evidence that, bam, we can get him in 2002 when they really came to power. But prior to that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they're in there a lot. Their growth, them growing, was in there in 96, about 96, 97. I say around 97, 98, you start seeing them more and more and more. 99, they was starting to get in them ranges of some good dogs. You know what I'm saying? But you heard 2002 in the article, because that 2002 is not over them 20 years based on their investigation. When they also made damn sure they mentioned that they went all the way back to the situation that happened in Virginia with their investigation. So they making sure that, no, we ain't gonna get no 20 years over nothing. They might not be able to go back there in 99, 98, 97, none of them. When they were slowly here or there, but increasing it. Chaos is, you gonna take care of the dog? There are my keys right there. Right there on the floor. You trying to get me?
She said she would take the food to the house.
Hold on, kid. Hold on, y'all. Come over here and say hi to everybody while they want to see who I'm talking to. Now, this is my grandchild. Say hi to everybody. Get your head down there. They can't see you.
Get in here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Papa, I love you.
Listen. Yeah, and they went all the way back, you know what I'm saying? Because if you go back, and I'm going to see if I can pull a couple of them up, and see if we can look into some of the shows, because our shit is 20 years ago. Our shit, we find them in 99, they cool. There's nothing they can do. Even in his case, it'd be hard for them to get, because believe me, y'all, the Department of Agriculture, I'm telling you, man, when they got a hold of that journal, they did a breakdown on those books. I guarantee you, y'all, if they were selling issues of the journal, we could probably get them all. You know what I'm saying? If we was just to write the Department of Agriculture and say, we know y'all got a database. You don't mind printing a couple of them out, do you? You know what I'm saying? Because they got them all. When they busted Jack and they busted my man over there and got their hands on the actual journal, they got access to every one of them. Every one of them. So, believe me, by 2008 when I went to trial, they had everything on me, man. Everything that I did in the journal was in a nice little thing, dude, that hooked up and all that. Every one of them, from conditioning to refereeing to handling to, everything. The problem wasn't none of those dogs that I had on my yard in those books. So they can connect any dog on the yard to anything that was in those books. It'd probably been a different story if they had found one dog in that book. Like, if they'd have hit the farm, they probably would have got me. Because there were dogs in the book that I would have had on the yard. And even then, you need witnesses. And the way these witnesses work, based on the information that I heard, the way they witnesses be working, is they literally be telling about matches that they were at, that you're at. They don't be like, I heard he fighting this dog and that. No, they be talking about their involvement. Yeah, I went to this one match. Yeah, Twin was there. Yeah, he was the one. He met the dog named this, and that. No, they don't have to go and sneak in and get him to call you on the phone and all that. And yo, you remember when you did? No, they don't do that. They may try you like that. Especially if you know somebody can pick up the phone and call you, and just to show the people that he can verify he know you. You know, just to sit there and tell them, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got to call you. He just tell them what you did because he's already admitting because they got him. I was at this dog fight. And Twin was the one doing his dog. You give me one more person who will collaborate your statement. Oh, my boy, he went with me. He'll tell you too. Well, how you gonna get your boy to come down here and tell on him like you tell him? You know, this probably start up another investigation, go find a reason, go bust him, because once the snitch starts snitching, they can sit there and give him all the candy in the world to tell. Right? You know, how are we gonna collaborate what you saying? And he gonna feed them because he gotta collaborate. It's got to be worth something for them to give him a break. See, that's why I always say, beware who you talk to. Because a lot of people out here these days are scammers. And when you're dealing with a scammer is the quickest way to get caught up in some shit, especially if you let somebody in your circle that you know a scammer, that you know is messy. You know, if he's messy, always running his mouth, always talking like he knows something, that is the one that when you sit him in front of them police, he talks the exact same way. So when you listen to somebody talk, right, and you just pay attention to them, because I'm telling you, I told you about the snitches I know. And they all had this one thing in common. They talk like they know what they're talking about. They talk too much. Talk way too much. You know, that's like Ricky when he got jammed up. He talked so damn much, he literally went through his whole career and tried to tell him everybody he ever went into. You know, like the boys who was at, you know, in Akron when, you know, when that place got jammed up and the people that got up on the stand and got to talking, it's like the prosecutor knew that all they got to do is give them a lead, and then they just start talking to them. And how was y'all able to do that? How did y'all get there? How did they set this stuff up? And they just sit there and get a jury or the judge all that information. They telling everything. They just don't go in there and point at you. No, they go through the whole routine. And this is why, you know, why I'm back there in the back taking y'all on these trips. I gotta take y'all back in the back because you have to understand, if y'all can't fix what was broke back there, then y'all got a problem when it comes to dealing with us, what's up here. So it'd be wise to take these trips back here with me, because not only do we go back in time and talk about the matches and talk about the things we was going through and talk about the dogs that were out there, we need to really talk about the mistakes that was made that was getting everybody busted. We all know that the drugs wasn't a problem. We all know that if you was a drug dealer, if you got busted for some odd reason, we don't know what it is. You know, you don't want to get up, you know, you might give up the drug dealer and still give up the people in the dogs. You know, a snitch don't have no morals. All he wants to do is make sure that he can get home and keep his wife. You know, so not too many of them stood tall and took that shot in the jaw, but I know a lot of them who did. I mean, I'm talking about 15, 20 years, and their drug cases got in the time, but the dog fighting cases didn't make it easier for them to get him that stupid time. So it's not just the fact that he was a drug dealer, he's violent. He's fighting dogs. Yeah. He found scarred up dogs and get treadmill. So they got a little enterprise here. Drugs, dogs, oh, they got a little thing going on. But it's common. Remember, the big picture says This is the big picture. The police say the big picture is it's more common to find a drug dealer involved in dog fighting. Because, you know, if you got dogs and you're getting caught with drugs, they're going to relate it. So it's like that around the country. It's almost like a profile. And you have to understand, it is a profile. And we cannot do anything about it because all that big money that we used to see in guys, we knew when the boys that had all the money because most of the guys that was bad and had all the great shit had all the money. I mean, they eating good. I mean, they eating enough for me to run around with them. They eating enough for me to run around with them. 20, 30,000, 40, 50,000. I mean, you got matches going like it was like, you know, ain't nobody working at the rubber factory coming up in here betting on 50 G's. Ain't nobody running around here spending $40,000 for a damn dog but a drug dealer. Well, you know, Tom, he paid 70 G's for his dog. You know, he ain't no drug dealer. But he was already rich. But when it comes to us young folks back in my time, no. You know what they was doing. It's not like you didn't know. You putting $2,500 stud fees on your champion, your grand champion. What kind of people you think? You're not going to get too many hard-working men. Because, you know, I mean, I was fortunate to be able to get the dogs I had. You know, I wasn't no big baller. You know what I'm saying? But I was part of that world. But see, we had, our business, we was more concerned about doing businesses and doing record company shit. And, you know, that probably gave us the opportunity to be able to do those things that we were doing. But we didn't, it kept us down here. It kept us level. We didn't have all day to do this. You know what I mean? No. We kept it level where it was like a balance. You know? And when they got me for drugs, but my drugs were steroids, you know? I mean, I had the FBI kick in my door and take a bunch of money out of my house trying to get drugs on me at one time. And you know, and went into my mama's house trying to get a drug case, and this was the feds. You know, they went into a lot of those guys, but you know what? If you're smart, you know how to protect yourself. I couldn't stop them from coming in, but I sure stopped them from arresting me because they was hoping to come in there and find something wrong. And then they found was a bunch of money, and you know, with them businesses, it was not uncommon because them businesses were making good money themselves. So it wasn't hard to, you know, why did you kick in my door and then why did you go to my mama's house and kick in her shit? You know, all you wanted was some money. I took all that money and gave it to child support, but you know, I got a bunch of kids, so, but they had a good Christmas. Some of the mamas was sweet enough to get us, hey man, get your money, man. I don't want that shit. You know, but some of them was like, damn, I got a happy birthday for twin. No, you didn't. You did. But in the end, you know, it's the way the shit works. You know, and so we got to get back into being smart, guys. You know, we go out here and we start spreading these pedigrees and everybody starts sitting there asking you questions and sounding like they getting to know you. And you got to pay attention to, remember what I told you about a snitch. You know what I'm saying? And we see them a lot. I'm telling you, we got a profile on them like they got a profile on us too now. A snitch is always a person that know too much and don't know how to keep their mouth shut. A snitch is that kind of person that does everything carelessly because he has an ace in the hole getting out of shit. And that's the snitching part of him. Pay attention to those. They're messy people and they talk too much. When they talk too much, they get you guided into their conversations where you feel loose, like, I know this motherfucker ain't gonna do shit. He ain't doing it. And so you feel free to, you know, and they don't mind putting you on a pedestal. They don't mind running behind you and pumping your head up, making you give up more information. But you notice they are always doing this. They don't sit back and listen because they can't get a conversation by listening. They always have to talk to get you in your conversation so they can pump you up to talk more. So be careful of that, fellas. I'm telling you, these were the faults and the failures of what we were seeing on guys that was getting jammed. You know, when you playing big in those big games like that, man, and they jam you up, you'll give up 100 little people just to get some time off your case. You're going to try to do it. Not no real G. Not no real person. Because it's not really the dogs that get you jammed, it's the drugs. And you know, you done brought that criminal element into the dog game, and now you done turned into the coronavirus in the dog fraternity. Everybody in the whole area getting knocked off. Everybody. You give me 5 people that I can go to a judge with, and I ain't got nothing on them except for the fact that when I get there, I know these people got dogs, and we're looking for treadmills. We're looking for things related to dog fighting. 5 people, a judge will sign that warrant to go get all 5 of those yards. Because when you notice when they make their raids, right, you don't see them going to just 1 yard. You see them going to a couple yards. Now, what in the hell is they getting this information to be able to go to a couple yards? That means somebody's snitching. You know, and based on our time, like they said, I heard somebody in the chat room say they knocked out 98%. Y'all, I have allergies, so y'all see me scratching my nose. I don't know whether it's my medicine, but my nose is always itching. And so I gotta be like bothering me, you know, when I get my inhaler and it goes down, but I didn't bring my inhaler, so it's like really itching, like my allergies are messing up. So please excuse me if you see me scratching my nose. But when you look at it, man, it's like, boy, when you start messing around and you start getting down into the bottom line of, man, do you really want to play with this? It's fun. It is fun. Until you get caught. Okay, then they just kill your shit. It got you splattered all over the newspaper. In my case, I think they're going to give me 100 years. And all because I was on that newspaper getting all that airtime and all them people talking shit about me. You know, that's why they never came down on their sentence. They had public opinion. They made it bigger than what it really was. They made it hard, and they did a practice one on my girl, and they really thought they was gonna come to me. And y'all heard the story. But there's others out there who wasn't that lucky. You know, I asked myself, and I ask y'all, if you guys ain't never dealt with the law, and we know in our world, underground, we have all had our share of dealing with the law. But y'all know, if you ain't never dealt with the law, you don't know. But if you ever dealt with the law, you know. The judge, the prosecutor, don't care how much money you get out of the lawyer, he's standing, his job is to fight for you. But how do you really want to expect to fight for a person that usually, you know, at some point in their career, they didn't bump lunch in the hall, at a bowling alley, then ran into the very people that he's fighting your case against. That they didn't have, or been to court and seen this person so many times that they get to know each other. So you know it ain't fair. If we can still use cell phones and start putting cops in jail for shooting us, how do y'all think the system is? Barney Five Calaby, is what's his name. A great dog fighter, legendary dog fighter, but his daddy was a judge. Y'all hear me? A mean-ass judge. Oh, funny old judge. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he was one of them. He didn't like us coming up in his courtroom being smart. He didn't like no smart Negroes. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna tell you because I dealt with him. I've seen him in action. Yes, Barney Fife. The great Barney Fife. A hell of a dog, man. His daddy was a judge. And he was not nice. They don't play by the rules. What rules? You know? I mean, how many appeals can you get? I mean, golly, it's like they give you, I say out of 100 appeals, let's say 100 appeals, right? 100 appeals, they gonna maybe let maybe 10 of them hundreds, leaving 90 denied and 10 they looking at. And you don't know if you're gonna be that 90 or that 10. So regardless of what you're going through, they got you red-handed. Most of them guys get put in a position where they don't have no other choice but to tell because they worried about their woman and their children. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about guys that you would think that you know what they doing, they would never got no business telling on nobody. But it happens, and we gotta understand that, fellas. You know, today is an important day because I just seen the government go way back and really made that 20-year shit a point that we try to keep in y'all heads. Everything we did is over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. That's why we can get on that bus and tell y'all, come on, man, get on the other person and open up. Because back there, we are safe. I be really meaning that. I really want you guys to really engulf into that shit, man, so you can be, that's the safest place to be, to let yourself go, so you can really get an opportunity to see what it was really like, what it felt like, and then listen to the dumb shit and the bad shit that comes behind it. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell y'all something else about them wannabes that and you know, I ain't gonna never, look, Chico would be the best person for me to talk about because it's just, he's an open book. Chico Lopez is a good dude, but he's a snitch. I'm sorry. And the way he abused the game and made a living off the game is disgusting. And that's my opinion. Y'all can tell me about all the great shit that he bred, but how many people did he put in jail? Y'all, I even heard somebody try to compare this snitch to STP. And none of that shit winning over here. It's winning overseas. So was it really winning overseas, or was he feeding y'all some bullshit and y'all ran along with it, got caught up in it, and y'all just fed him y'all money with some nice papers? See, he was really bullshit on top of being a snitch. Remember that person I said talk too much? He was worse than Beeline. He did more damage to the game than Beeline because he played everybody like a fool. And got over with that shit. Got a name with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And how was he able to get a pass with the dogs that he was using? Y'all explain that part to me and get me to understand how some of these kennels, well-known kennels, gave him a pass to use their lines to do that. You know what I'm saying? What's the story on that? Okay? Let him lie, fabricate, deceive, and snitch. He's a fine example because he's an open book. We all know him. We all know him. But sit down and think about it. Sit down and think about it. All of us older dog man who know to know, we ain't dead. So I can come out here and say this because, you know, I left the game, but when I come back, I see something different. You know, I ain't dead, so I can tell y'all what I know about him. And my shit is factual. Ain't nobody had to tell me. I was a witness to this shit. Just like I was a witness to the other snitch I talk about. These are snitches. So for y'all to fabricate, elaborate with these type of people, and to hang around with these type of people, they are a coronavirus to the game. And if you don't know the difference, then you're putting everything that you're working for, all your breedings, you might not be doing nothing but a breeder and lying to most of us about how game your shit is, and end up getting all your shit took and ain't done nothing. Just talking like you something that you're not. Can get your yard snatched. You know what I'm saying? Because you're trying to sell something. And if you're trying to use that as a way of selling something, you're committing a crime because you're actually selling them something for the purpose of dog fighting. And that's that little line that they give you. And if you sell them enough shit, they can get you for, you know, you're doing some organized crime with that shit. The way you moving these dogs around. And you gotta watch that shit, guys. The game got beat up because we got naive and careless. It was all about the money, and when it's all about the money and it's not about the dogs, and a lot of that became not about the dogs. Trust me, it did. A lot of it was not about the dogs. I think a lot of drug dealing dog men was, it wasn't, they had the money to do the dogs, and at some point, who wants to have, you want to have soldiers like that? And look at me, I'm a prime example. I'm ruined. I'm ruined. I got caught up into the shit so deep, and maybe because my love of dogs, they can say I'm a cruel person, a dog trainer that I am. They call me a cruel person, because I wouldn't denounce, dog fighting to my psychiatrist. She just really believed there was something wrong with me. Why I could not see the cruelty behind that when I couldn't get her to answer the one question, well, what's wrong with the UFC? And, people die in the boxing ring. Ain't we smarter than dogs? But aren't we smarter than dogs? So for you to tell me that because you think that my dog is on a big chain so he can build muscles, and I tell you my dog is on a big chain because I don't want him to get loose. I'm trying to protect him by making sure he don't get off the chain, because he's pretty strong and he don't need this big chain. This big chain need to be on him to keep him on the chain, or nice thick collar, so they don't get loose, so they don't get into fights where I don't have to worry about explaining why this dog got scars. You know what I'm saying? They always screaming they on these heavy chains because to make them strong. When that's a damn lie. That's not the truth. The truth is we put them on these big ass chains because when these dogs are on anything less than that, they get off, there's going to be a problem on the yard. Well, why do you want to have so many dogs on the yard that you can't get loose and they're going to run and fight? Because that's the kind of dog I goddamn it want. I have a right to have it. How about that? Don't ask me no more questions about my damn dogs. That's what you should be saying. How do you defend your shit? By not saying nothing, but keeping the shit right and correct what's wrong. You can tell me if I had a German Shepherd in a treadmill, I wouldn't go to jail. But because I got a pit bull in a treadmill, I go to jail for possible dog fighting? Or they gonna take my dog because I got a treadmill, but my German Shepherd got one too? You know what I mean? My boy got the same treadmill that I got, but because he's got a German Shepherd and I got a pit bull, they'll ride right past that German Shepherd on the front porch running in that mud. and drive down the street and see me, and the next thing you know, I got everybody pulling up. Now, did that make any sense? That sounds just as stupid as the goddamn big-ass chain, don't it? They put the chain on the dog, and then the breaking stick. I can't walk down the street with a breaking stick in my pocket without being a dog fighter. Well, guess what? He has a dog fighting apparatus. Well, let me tell you something. When your little goddamn chihuahua break loose and run his little rocket in that little ass thinking he Peter Pablo up on my shit like he gonna whoop him and get snatched up. This little stick that I'm walking around with, the dog keep trying to make illegal or wrong for me to have, gonna break that damn pit bull that I got off your little chihuahua or off your little piece of curry-ass dog, and you gonna thank me. I'm still gonna take that shit to the hospital because I know I broke his ass up. But thank God I had my breaking stick. When the people come, guess what? And you didn't do nothing wrong, but because you had a pit bull to snatch up that chihuahua and you had a breaking stick, they looking at you all of a sudden. Why you got that kind of dog anyway? Why you got that kind of dog anyway? How many dogs you got? You see what I'm saying? The next thing you know, they at your house. Why you at my house when her shit was running loose? I can't walk my shit down the street. Her dog got loose and ran up in there and got snatched up. What the hell? Thank God I have my breaking stick. Remember, they make breaking sticks illegal. They make breaking sticks so illegal, like you hear some of them tell the truth about breaking off dogs, but then you hear some of them saying they used the breaking stick to stab the dog off. What kind of ridiculous shit is this? They use breaking sticks to jab the dog up. They catch you with a bunch of damn medicine in your house. Oh, this is to fix the dogs up because because you a dog fighter. Well, what happened to this part? I mean, I get my dog vitamins. Don't y'all get your dog vitamins? We pay enough for this damn dog food, don't we? We pay enough for dog food. We pay enough to have our dogs looking pretty. We pay for dog food. We pay for worm medicine. We pay for Ivermectin. We pay for vitamins. I mean, come on. We put a lot of money into a damn yard to sit there and be crucified because now they want to take the medicine and make it a part of the damn organization of crime. So we got the treadmill, the breaking stick, the chain, and the medicine. All things related to dog fight. It can't be because you want to take care of your dog and keep everything safe. So how did that shit get mixed up? Tell me, y'all. Somebody explain me. How would you even want to continue being in the game if you ain't got an answer for that question? Because that's the shit that they're going to put you through. You better be ready to explain that shit and make it clear and shut up. Don't take it no further than that. I keep my dog on a chain that thick because I don't want to get him off. One, I carry this breaking stick as a safety device because if some dog run up on him, he grab him, he's going to fuck it up. I want to be able to help that dog. I got a nice leash, I got a nice collar, I got a nice harness. My dog ain't getting away from me. But just in case somebody else's shit get on my shit, I got to protect myself because I know my dog gonna fuck it up. That's why I carry my breaking stick with me. I got a treadmill in my house. And I run my dog on the treadmill. I take my dog to the pool swimming. You know why? Because my dog sits out there on that big ass chain. He gets exercise, but I like to work my dog like everybody else want to work his. I got an athlete. My dogs are athletes. I have show dogs. I'm not supposed to walk around here with this big fat, Santa Claus looking husky ass dog. And I'm a confirmation man. And if I got scars on my dog, guess what? I got a broken chain over there in the shed to show you. You know what I'm saying? I got chains that's worn down in between. You know what I'm talking about, because by the time they start messing with you, back in our day, we had several chains, guys, that we had to switch out. 3 and 4 years of that shit, man. Them chains be so skinny and thin on the link that all I got to do was show somebody that shit. And this is why. Look how fat that chain is and look how thin that link is. Now, if my dog was on anything less than that, he would have been loose tearing up my yard. That's why we put him on there. Think about it. And then don't say nothing else. That's all I got to say. So you put that in your report, that's what my statement to you was when you brought it to my attention. So when you have to repeat that shit, when you don't want to get on the stand, guess what? They got your damn statement. Make damn sure that they understand that. Don't say nothing else. Don't go answering questions. Go telling them what your shit is for. Go telling them with the spec, what they pointing at. This is shit that I'm allowed to have. I'm allowed to have this shit. Just like the person down the street that got the same thing I got, but he got a damn German Shepherd. If you don't know how to explain that shit, they're gonna run you through the mill. And you can't explain scars on your dog, then you at least don't have to explain it. Just go get a broke-ass chain. We all had them get off. You tell me one dog man in this game, right here in this room, they never had a dog get off. Somehow, either a broken leash or a broken chain. Don't throw them away. Don't throw them little chains away that then wore down the links. Don't throw them away. You need to keep them. Even if you ain't doing nothing but breeding your dog, keep that shit. You break a leash, keep it. Hang it up. You broke a chain, keep it. You want the dog got off, make damn sure you take a picture of how that dog got off. The steak came up out the ground. Don't fix shit until you take them pictures because you're gonna need that shit. You're gonna need it. Don't throw none of that shit away because that's your explanation. My dog got off the chain, spent the night out here, caused all kind of hell. He hit that dog, and got killed over here by that dog. Bottom line, that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna talk to a lawyer. You gotta give them something to make damn sure when they go writing that shit in the newspaper and they want to quote what the hell you said, make damn sure that they know they got something to quote. Because the lawyers, they don't know nothing about that shit. They don't know nothing about none of that. Most lawyers that we get, they trying to stay in between the line, but I know lawyers, and I had 6 of them, and none of them know nothing about the dog fighting laws. You trying to defend me like I'm some damn murderer or you know, some old John Hitchcock shit, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The Pink Panther. You know, look, no, that ain't, man, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Just do what I said. You know, to get the medicine. I had to change. That's what that shit was used for. That's what that shit was used for. Baby had toe up legs when I got her back from Jamie. I took her right over to the vet. Toe up legs and everything. Look her over. Here's her. Look, I just bought her from Virginia. I'm bringing her over here because the legs is toe up. I don't want these people bothering me because of this shit. So I'm bringing her to you. So they can have a record that I bought that bitch when I got her back. And took her to the vet, showed the vet, made sure he had a file. Because just to show shit, y'all, they came. Show shit, they came. And they talk shit about that dog's leg, but guess what? Go talk to my vet. I don't even want to talk to you about her because I took her to the vet. Well, how did it happen? Can't ask me that because I don't know how. I know when I got her, I took her to the vet immediately. Let the vet, took pictures of her, took it over there, took her in that to the vet, took pictures of her in the vet with the vet. Because I knew when it came down to it, if you came and if you ever seen that dog, you're going to try to give me a problem and I'm going to be waiting on your ass. So if you got a banged up dog, and I mean banged up to the point that you ain't got no chain, no broken chain, No states that you can go pull up out the ground and say for some odd reason it rained and the stake got loose and it came up out the ground and the dog got off the chain. You gotta have something on that damn yard explain why these damn dogs got scars. That's this period. Old scars ain't no problem. Fresh scars, you got a problem. Old scars, they come from anything. The possibilities is out there. You know, you ain't gonna call me no dog fighter because my dog got into a dog fight, but I ain't no dog fighter. But my dog did get off the chain, or a dog did get off the chain and hit my dog. I have that chain right there, pulled it right up. It rained, it came out. You know what I'm saying? Drug the axle right on out there with him, man, and jumped on another dog. And we left that dog, he went and hit that dog. But other than that, you ain't got no explanation. That dog don't need to be on your yard. If you can't explain why your dog is sitting up there, black and white, pretty ass dog, with a scarred up muzzle, scarred up legs, and you ain't got no explanation outside of what? You're gonna say, yeah, it was a kennel accident. Well, you better show them something. You just don't say it. You have something standing by. Because we've all have had it happen. We all have seen it. We all have paid for those type of accidents. You have to cover yourself. You have to protect yourself. If you're not willing to do those things, you don't need the dogs. Because you're that type of person that when they finally come in there and get your ass, and they want to get there and hang your ass up because all your shit fucked up, you going to be that person to sit there and tell on somebody. You can't say you're not. So anybody's out there seeing that type of person who won't get the message, don't keep that motherfucker around, y'all. You let that man go out there and play in his own circle. Don't even let that man come around y'all shit. Because them are the kind that gets down there and tell. Because they ain't got no explanation. They ain't got no explanation why they just did their dog last night and you don't never know. You never know what happened last night who can happen to your ass tomorrow. Where they might pull up because somebody done told. So there's nowhere in the world your dog should be sitting out on a chain just in case they wanted to come by and check. There's no way they're supposed to find no fresh ass scarred up dog on your damn yard. You're not supposed to have those type of dogs out there on the chain. You're asking for trouble. I used to tell my friends, man, you know, I seen Elrod, y'all. When I went up to Jamie's house to get baby, I seen Elrod. Elrod don't look like that picture, y'all. He did not look like that picture. That dog whole muzzle inside of his jaw was missing. You can tell that dog had been in some rough ass shit. I mean, he didn't look nothing like that picture. That dog had pieces missing off his face, legs destroyed, but he was on the chain. And this is the FBI man. You know what I'm saying? He didn't put no, he was a dog, man, y'all. He matched dogs. He didn't have a real name, and he didn't put his wings out there like for everybody to see. But he had no problem keeping me up to date. He didn't have no problem. Not only this me, there was other guys who dealt with Jamie that knew. That's why before Jamie died, I put Baby's registered marriage on her shit before he was dead. You know why? Because she's my dog now. She's back with me. Her legs is all fucked up, and guess what? They want to come look. They're going to find her with fucked up legs. But they're going to also see a visit by the vet. They're also going to see a picture with me in the vet, and the dog at the vet. So it's all good for me to put out her registered marriage now. And he didn't have no problem with that because his name was nowhere on that shit. And I listed his shit, and all I had was nothing but a link to his shit. Before I waited till he died to put it on my shit, but all I used to use was a link to his shit. And on his shit, you ain't gonna see nothing on there but the dogs' names. But when I put my shit up there, I put what they were. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta understand, the man had his shit covered. He the police. He the police, but I'm telling you, go out in his yard, man, it looked like, you know, a pack of wolves came down through his shit. Because he had a fucked up yard, y'all. For him to be, you know, the APBT boy, I'm telling you, man, his yard was like, man, this dude, cannibals around this motherfucker. Like every fucking dog he had, man, was scarred up. It was like, you know, for one thing, for damn sure, y'all, I knew he wasn't gonna tell on nobody. I met the man, been on his yard, not once, not twice, but a couple times, and he just was not the guy that you would expect to tell on anybody. Not with the yard he had. Jamie had some scarred up dogs. And when I say they were scarred up, they was really scarred up. And it was just the fact that, you know, his personal business and his professional business was never a problem because Jamie Long's name was not Jamie. So whatever he did, when he stepped away from Jamie Long and went back to being, you know, who he really is, you know what I'm saying? The connection never came because it was never a problem, not all the way up to the time he died. And it was at that time he died, a lot of it, you know, was definitely Latin force in us because we knew. We knew everything that we needed to know, and it was cool to do it. You know, we didn't want to put the man's life at risk by promoting his shit. You know, I'm going to put mine on the going hard. Now, I'm just going to put the dog's names. I'm not going to just use, I'm going to just use that. He ain't got to explain that because I ain't explaining it. But once he died, it felt like it was, you know, the weight was lifted to go ahead and give what the dog deserved. To something that he couldn't put out there to do. And he dealt with a lot of big dog men. Everybody know who Southern Bulldogs were. A lot of guys know who Southern Bulldogs were. He bought dogs from every great dog man around this motherfucker. He bought dogs from Mr. Lee, Victor. He bought dogs from Mr. Burns. The man was just, he had a lot of money. He had a lot of money. Now that guy must pay good. Or he must have did a lot of investing and ended up with a lot of change because he did. He had a lot of money. And he spent a lot of money on those dogs. But he was the FBI. And I seen his yard, and he had a fucked up yard. Thank God he lived in the country. I mean, shit, he had a damn deer split open, hanging from a damn tree. For real, y'all. He killed turkeys. And when he couldn't kill them, he'd go out there and buy, but he used to feed his dog turkey necks. Turkey necks and deer meat. Yeah, that's what he fed his dog. He didn't feed his dog food and all that shit. That man, them dogs was carnivores. They ate chicken, turkey, and deer. And that's why all of them look muscled up, all thick as hell. I mean, every dog in his yard looked like they was on steroids. But they was fucked up. When I say they was fucked up, he had some dogs on there that they went, man, I don't know how he game testing this shit. What did he do? Cut them loose in a cage and come back and the winner will be alive with some of the wounds that some of these dogs had on them. You know what I'm saying? They were, you know, and he was matching dogs. But it was not meant for everybody. Look at my man in the Pentagon. I know those who don't know, that is a recognized kennel, for sure. You know what I'm saying? You looking at me, huh? Can I put him up, Mike? Can I pull up a pedigree man? Yeah, I want to put up a pedigree. Mm-hmm. Guys, I mean, and the reason why we're going over this tonight, man, is because we don't want to see a lot of you guys out there learning the hard way. You know, they're winning the war, but they're only winning the war through carelessness. You know, that's one of our biggest faults is the carelessness, the lack of responsibility for your yard. And if you're doing dirt, you know how that street game go. It gets crazy. You know, it do get crazy. So a lot of those big kennels that was, you know, getting jammed up and losing a lot of their dogs with them dope cases, you know, their yard wasn't looking pretty anyway, because the only time, you know, they really worried about doing anything was when they was out there doing their drugs. Other than that, they pay some kids to walk their dog. They pay some people to condition their dogs, and they just come with the purse when it's time to get down. They didn't really care much about the dog. How many guys that you know that was from a big kennel back in the day that when their dog got down, somebody else took them home to bring them to take care of them? You know? In a few cases, some of the older dog men, even in my case, they started paying me to go to the shows just to take care of their dogs. I scrub them down, have them all cleaned up, stapled up, and greased up and everything before they leave the building for the right amount. Sure did. Okay, here go one, y'all. Here, let me see. There's one. Now, for those who know the article, remember that year. Yeah. You ain't never seen no cross like that, have y'all? That's champion, 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 champion. Come on now, y'all see it. That's 4 champions right there, right? 4 generations of champions. Let's see how Evander's bred. I remember I remember him. He got 3-time winner, but they ain't got that 1-time loser, but he is putting it in the story. He lost his second. The guy he bred. Well, I know y'all should know the top, right? Old Charlie here. Y'all should know the top if y'all didn't know. Old Hawkins Flim Flam off of We Hunt. That was a pretty known dog back then. They go Midnight Cowboy right there. Look at Artie. Got all nice dogs. Tuffy, Boomerang. You see it? Who's that? That's Champion Charlie. You know, the bottom side, bread just as good. Bread just as good. Can't say there ain't no formula there. Sure can't say there ain't no formula. I watched them boys grow. And they weren't kids. They weren't kids. Sounding good, man. No scratching and none of that. Sound good, y'all. Okay, that's good. I'm glad that the sound is doing good. All right, y'all. Because, you know, I've been screaming and hollering and got all emotional and caught up in that shit, you know. I ain't see nobody hollering, the mic. What they saying, money?
I want to give a shout out to my man 6143 coming in there with the 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. I want to give another shout out to my man Eli Monster. His son gave him a call, Mo. He said he went through the gas chamber and he hit the tower. he making his way.
Okay.
Big shout out to you, Eli Monster.
Big shout out, Eli. You know, I always got to send my shout out to Wimmune. If you're in the house, baby.
Hey, fella, as we work on this microphone situation, I keep telling y'all, due to you guys, I got a brand new mic. I think it's time for a new mixing board. So again, as usual, you can buy the merchandise so you can donate, super chats, all that kind of stuff helps. You know, we've been dealing with this
The sound.
this sound for a minute now, and this equipment here is built for studio purposes. It's not podcast. It's not really a podcast setup, and it's just overpowering. So I think it's time to make a change. So appreciate any help we can get here. But as you notice, how the sound ain't did nothing wrong. So hopefully I can keep it like that. But I deal with a 32-track mixing board, and it's not built for this.
Ain't no guitar. This ain't no guitar. Here we go. We're going to look at this bottom with all that red boy in the bottom there. Y'all didn't see that, did y'all? See, he was tagging into that yellow stuff back then, wasn't he? Just in case y'all wanted to make sure y'all seen all that. You know, probably had some pretty good dogs, y'all. They was definitely a recognized kennel. Nice bred dog. I mean, it's not every day, you know. I guess this is more like back in my time, you know. Back in my time, this is towards, you know, in the 90s. I'm gonna stay around in the 90s. You know, the late 90s. They jumped on. And you could see their growth. They was trying. They was definitely trying. They was definitely trying. And that's probably why the agriculture people, I think I even got a couple of journals out there, y'all. You can go out there and look in the journals, you'll find them in there. And I'm talking about going to the 90s, don't go into the 2000 ones. Yeah, 2000, 2001 and 2, you'll find them in there, but you'll see their growth if you got the 90s. You'll see them in there around 98 when they was just getting their feet wet, learning their lesson. But you'll see how they grew. Better dogs. Started winning and becoming winners. You know what I'm saying? There's another one here, Wooly. Look at little Woody.
Big shout out to my man Michael Schrader coming in with a 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He said I'm late, but I'm here.
Look at Woody. That's 2007. Look at that cross. Nice cross right there, ain't it? Let's see if he had. We go back to the other one too, y'all. We didn't even check the pedigree to see what their offsprings was. But I want to hang around in this one a little bit, tag it up a little bit. We don't need no help about Jigs, do we? Jigs, we know what he is. He red boy. We ain't got to go too far on him, but just to show y'all, he a whole lot of red boy. Yeah, right? So they wasn't playing with no garbage. They knew what they was doing. 2 different lines. But they had that red boy in that other line too now. Well, you know what I'm saying? Take this bottom. Carl Mims. You know, I see cremated. Look how tight that shit is. Now, want to go a little deeper? Let's go a little deeper then. For guys who don't know, you know, look at that shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at all that. Let's go a little deeper. It says Mims finding snooty polio tombstone cross. Look at that shit. They crossing that sorrow. Look at that. And then they turned around there and put that red boy over that shit. Y'all see it? Well, that man was a bad boy when it come to putting some shit together, wasn't he though? I don't think it was too many people better than Carl Mills as far as using that snooty the way he used it. But you know, they still Carolina boys. You know, he saw enough out of snooty with that Molly B stuff that them dogs wasn't nothing to play with. When they was crossing snooty, snooty was throwing some pretty good dogs, y'all. Now here we got snooty being crossed into some Indian bolio shit. Y'all thought about that one, huh? Anybody thought about that one in today's world? Now, for those who don't know, let me go ahead and jump into this one right here. You see all them snooty Indian bolio right here. I just want to show you that 3 in, 1 out cross here, right here. Look at that, y'all. Y'all see what he did, though, right? You see what he was doing, right? Smart. Good breeding there. And that's just the bitch on the top side. That's Chug. Yeah, I'm going back to the offspring. That's just the bottom. See? That was Daisy. So you got Indian bolio snooty down here in the bottom. Then they took all that right there, crossed it into some red boy. Heavy red boy. Smart. So they knew what they was looking for. They were looking for good bred match dogs. Well, they ain't really get much off of him, much quick. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding, just kidding. Let's go back up here to Black Rascal, champion. Let's see what he produced. Okay, he made a couple good breedings with him. Wasn't no puppy peddlers. We see a whole lot more than this, right? They wasn't peddling puppies, that's for damn sure. Let's go check out old Rhonda. See what Rhonda look like. What did they breed Rhonda to? Oh, let's see what they bred Rhonda to. One of the best bitches in our camp. Look how she bred. Got that Mr. Magoo in there. Did y'all see that slippy in? Did y'all see that little slippy in? Right here. Remember Sundance? Red Double? Remember Red Double? They got Red Double right there, y'all. Yes, sir. That's Red Devil right there. Right there. Trying to make him a little mad in there. And you see that? Y'all see it. Mm-hmm. I ain't moving too fast, some of y'all. Let me know if I'm moving too fast. And that was something they bred up there. Let's see if she had any puppies before she died on them. Not a one. You see what I'm saying, fellas? Yeah. But you see what they was focused on, though. They really focused. They was focused on. They liked the yellow, snooty, rascal red boy. Huh? Yeah, Tombstone Patrick shit. You know what I'm saying? They had a direction they was trying to work. That's for sure. No, that's the only information I had on them. Let me see if I can put it together, see if we can get some more. Let's see if I can put it together like that to see. One time sign in shit. I'm already here. Where am I signing into? I don't need to sign into nothing else. You see, I'm searching, guys. I'm searching.
Time off the chain.
Look at this one right here, y'all. Here go one. Damn, that's not the same pedigree. This is mine. Look at, let me see. That does say Bush Boys, right? And Pebbles, yeah. Now y'all know I ain't never been a fan of that. Ain't that Central Coast stuff, out of state shit? Must be some out of the country shit there, y'all. Nice bread though. Let's see where this shit right here gonna take us. Damn, good looking female there, ain't it, y'all? Look at that. That's a female. Almost just like the one that we seen the champion bred, like, you know what I'm saying? Add a little more bolio. Add some mayday with that yellow stuff. You know, Macho Bucks, he was mayday in Stone City, so you know that's yellow Patrick Cross right there. They make you think them Central Coast boys was real. With all that shit that they was using sperm on, taking this, buying this dog and this sperm and nice looking dog though. I'm still tripping on how they put it on the net, cause look, that was just not too long ago. I wouldn't be surprised if the police didn't put this pedigree up. Cause they arrested him September 6th. Best believe in his case, you're gonna probably have all these little pedigrees. Oh well, you know what I'm saying? They try to let it just because his name is in the search file. One-time winner, 10-time off the chain. That's just hard to believe, that one. You know what I'm saying? That one right there. That's a maybe breeding that was done, because y'all still gotta convince me that this shit right here is real. All DNA profile. Now, before I bought a dog over this one right here, DNA profile ADBA registered. That means all they shit is legit through the ADBA. They would have to send me them ADBA profile certificates, at least a screenshot of one of them before I bought anything. Cause remember, these is the same boys that bought all those sperm up and down there. Every great dog that when we see that, you be like, man, that shit ain't real. Like my boy sent me one. He swore up and down that them dogs was bred off of that Central Coast, off of Floyd Jr. I mean, the daddy was Floyd Jr. And I ain't talking about no old time either. I'm talking about some new shit.
Was it good?
Hmm?
Was it any good?
Well, he got a puppy off of this, off of some Central Coast shit. And the way it was bred was so damn good. I was like, man, them dogs too old for that shit. He said, but twin, they got the DNA profile. I said, I'll believe it when you show it to me. Damn, I just remember. Oh, it did. It died on me. No wonder. Mike, get that crystal plate to say for me. Why you gonna throw that away? But that's some nice bread shit right there too. That's a good one. You don't see many match dogs in the shit, that's for sure. Perfect female, okay, red baby. Let's see how perfect you is. Okay, we got 35 off a baby. Bread good, no activity. Well, I mean, it could be some activity. This is a newer pedigree, you know what I'm saying? Let's click on one to see how new it is. 21 times alligator. All DNA profile, 2012. So 12 times alligator. 21 times alligator. God damn. Got somebody standing there holding one. Breeder Gary Hammonds. And them boys have frozen semen off all these great dogs too. Wonder how far back we got to go to get to the first alligator. We see the blood. 21 times alligator. I mean, he must be alligator all the way to the back. You know what I'm saying? How far back we got to go to run in an alligator to even make it to even matter, right? Damn. Okay, we finally ran into one. So they crossed that with the Eli, with the Carver shit. So ain't gonna take me to alligator that way.
DNA profile.
Right. No, the daddy was though. I mean, the offspring was of that shit. Hammond's Butterbean. Let's look at Butterbean. I mean, I look at pedigrees like this, guys. I'm gonna tell you, I look at him and I see breeder. Gary Hammond's, he was a breeder. Because as I go back, you see, we see a lot of this. I'm gonna check his offspring. Let's see what his offspring. 21 times alligator. Let me see. We got 31 times alligator right here. 52 times alligator right here. Frozen semen available. Sound like these boys right here, they selling dogs. Carlos of Central Coast Kennels. No, these is out of the country shit. You know it is. "21 times alligator, 31 times, 52 times alligator." And all they can show us is 21 times alligator, 31 times alligator. And you mean to tell me 52 times alligator, and I don't see a match dog in there? No way, y'all. I mean, I ain't talking about the third and the fourth. Look here. Look here. All we can say about Showtime, he's a 52 times alligator. And would y'all breed to him? Because he's 52 times alligator? Me personally, I would. I wouldn't. Only reason I wouldn't, because I ain't gonna be 52 times gator and ain't sitting up there doing what the gator line was doing. To be, to even be worthy of being 52 times. You're bragging like he's 52 times gator like, alligator like, what's in? Hell that mean? If we can't get a winner out of here to represent the line, the winning side of it, not just the fact that he's 52 times alligator. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to sell dogs. I'm trying to do dogs. That's what I'll be saying if I was looking at this pedigree. I would sure like to have me some alligator shit, but I want some shit that's gonna be just got more than just a whole bunch of alligator and nothing else.
Check the siblings. Any siblings?
Let me see. Siblings? Let me see. You got siblings. Spartacus Red Storm. Big old Carlos. All we can say about Red Storm and old Shaggy. Sure can't whine about the crosses though. We seen Red Baby earlier. There's Golden Boy. That's when you know you got Patrick stuff to me. You know, when the mugs come out looking like that, they all got that one look. You know what I'm saying? And it's just funny that them Highland Work dogs throw those kind of dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Ears.
The ears, the color, the red nose. Remember, our whole yard was red. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was from the yellow, but for some damn reason, that Patrick had a lot to do with that shit because that shit was strong. I mean, those dogs didn't come out with black masks like Mayday. Our dogs kept on coming out red. Red nose. Red nose. We might get a Mayday looking puppy out of one out of every litter. Maybe. Other than that, we ain't had nothing but a bunch of red-nosed puppies. You see what I'm saying, though, fellas? Oh yeah, GR was in there. But I'm telling you, I watched him grow. I watched them grow. I literally watched them, that kennel grow. I mean, they was getting out there. And they was, you know, they was taking their bumps, but they was getting out there. Now, you would ask, you know, when you first start out, you know, you might lose a few, but when you're going into good kennels, expect that, especially if you're learning. And if you give up, you know, because of your losses, then, you know, you wasn't dedicated to it anyway. So, you know, they was probably trying to find the right build for their yard. You know, they was getting good dogs, you can tell. And, you know, that would be a good example as far as, you know, you just don't come into the game unless, you know, I would say when you starting off and you gotta have, some guys, they start off with a mindset, I want Red Boy Jeep Rascal dogs. So this is what you try to build on. Some may say, I just want good match dogs. You know what I'm saying? That sounds more me. I'm ready to go towards the good match dogs instead of picking out a good pedigree. You know, I want to, if I'm going to start a line of anything, you know, and I learned that probably accidentally. I would say I learned that accidentally is because I've seen guys that came in with dogs with pretty pedigrees, but no winners. And they just seemed that they could have dogs like my dogs, but it seemed like the dogs that I had were better dogs. Probably bred the same way, but my dogs came off of dogs that had championships. You know what I'm saying? Molly, Snooty, you know, Yellow Giant, those kind of dogs. When you got them so close up in your pedigrees and you're able to take offsprings maybe off of Yellow or Yellow Giant or things like that, you know, and I'm building on, I'm on a good start because I'm dealing with a line of match dogs. Damn the damn great dogs in the back if I can't have one like them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have a dog just because he's off of this line. Don't mean shit to me if I can't win like he was winning. That's how I look at shit. So I'm still a firm believer in you breed match dogs, you're gonna get match dogs. If you're trying to breed bloodlines to get match dogs, then you're gonna be on a damn good walking, you know, a good, you know, you're going through the work of finding something. Me, I prefer going through the work of some work that's already being done. I didn't say I wanted to come in the game and be Earl Tudor. I didn't come in the game saying that I wanted to be Floyd Boudreaux. I came in the game wanting to put some shit down and doing some Spartan shit. Warrior type shit. I want warriors. I want to compete. I want to be able to win like they win it, with the kind of wins that they was winning with because they had the dogs to win with. And that's what I want. That's all. I mean, if you in there, you're in there. Some guys ain't in there like that. You know, everybody had to each their own. Well, my own was, like I said, I came in messing with dogs that had championships. So, you always heard that story. Champions make champions. Not all, it's not the rule of thumb, but when you're dealing with odds and numbers, registered mares and champions always seem to give you a better percentage. You know, a percentage if you're doing your homework. You know, just because a dog is bred like that and he look good, don't mean that, you know, that I would run over there and breed to him just because of that. You know, I'm one of the ones that you didn't tickle me at all, because I need to see results. I need to have results. I'm not trying to match up papers to have a good dog and hope he turn out good, where I want to produce my own champion off a bunch of nothing that's back there that's nowhere close. So if you're dealing with something that's back there that's nowhere close, very seldom, guys, have we looked at pedigrees, and we've been looking at them for damn near going on a year and a half, and it's a known fact in percentages on what we pull up. The most great dogs are great bred dogs by way of match dogs. So if G.R. was trying to learn how to come into the game based on, you know, the breedings, you can see with the different lines that they were playing with, that they was trying to find their way. And messing with Mims and them red boy with the with the snooty cross with the Patrick, they was reaching and looking for something. And the dog that they did make champion, you know which one I'm talking about, the dog that did make champion. You know, which is a great thing when you starting out, and you were able to do that and accomplish that with this dog.
Want to give a shout out to my man Marvin Glover. Happy anniversary, fam.
Happy anniversary, Marvin.
And a big shout out to my man Biking Family LG for the 2-piece. Appreciate the love, family. Skol, homie.
Hey, anybody got any questions, man? Because I mean, tell me y'all just sitting here listening to me tonight, y'all. Y'all just sitting here listening to me run my mouth tonight, y'all. Or y'all in that chat room having, I know I got viewers out there. Viewers, if you have any questions, email Going Hard Kennels. No, it's Going Hard Reloaded, right, Mike? Going Hard Reloaded at gmail.com. Remember, I still answer emails. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You know, still, you know, I know we didn't got away from reaching out to guys, and I want to continue making sure that you guys know y'all can still reach out. It's Going Hard Reloaded at gmail.com. But if you looked at that old boy, you know what I'm saying? If you look at him, don't forget, we have 4 lines. You know what I'm saying? Now, out of the shit that we did run across, see what I'm saying? There's 4 champions right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you look the way they bred, would you say that the bottom was the factor, or was it the top? Me personally, I would say the top was a major figure because he was a champion. The bottom played a big part because the bottom set up the genetics, because if you look at the genetics, you see this right here is in relation to what we're doing up here. You see that? Right here. There's Mickey right there. And there's Mickey down here on the bottom. See, his out was a factor. Everything else they were trying to do, like keep close right there between these two right here. angel face. Let's see how they did it with angel face. We dealing with Otis. We're dealing with Dusty. Still dealing with match dogs. Now this old face must have been pretty nice. And this dog must have been real nice to be able to breed to this right here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Wheat, the unknown breed, yeah. And Bill Diddley, he knew something. Bo Diddley knew something. Bo Diddley knew something. Again, this is the factor to me. This didn't hurt. But did you notice the factor? Right there. Factors. Right here. And remember where I went. That was this angel face. That was back here. They took that and they bred that, you know, still dealing with unknown shit. But when you're doing them results, 1, 2, 3, I always say, if you're gonna look for one and you're gonna be a beginner in the game, back then, you know, everybody had their own way of trying to get there. But if you want to be in competition and you want to play up in that fast lane, which they were playing up in that fast lane, they came in definitely shooting into the fast lane. They weren't taking no short steps, so they learned quick. But again, it must be over 20 years. You know what I'm saying? It has to be over 20 years. There's nothing safe under 20 years. Just want y'all guys to know that. Ram, my phone died, and I did not get that number off there to pull that pedigree up for you tonight. Hopefully it'll get charged back up, and I'll be able to bring it back before I get off, but it's getting late. And yeah, it's getting late. And we want to go over though. I want to bring it up, but I promise you I will have it Friday. But if somebody wanted me to shout out to is one of his peoples, I want to send that shout out to you. Let Ram, let my boy from Big Steppin' know. He told me to make a shout out to you. I don't know who you is because I ain't got my phone.
Get it right quick.
Uh-huh.
I put on charge and get it.
Yeah. I don't think it's charged up enough to come on because that month was 0. But if you cut it on and go on my messages, you know how to get in my phone, right?
See if we can. We'll try to make it.
Yeah, if the phone will come on, I'll try to get it in there right quick because he asked me to do that for me. Another thing, Jeremy, my boy, Jeremy, he lost his brother. Think it was today. You know, this is my Akron family, my Akron people. You know, his brother's Jeremy. You know what I'm saying? And Jeremy is the one that gave us the Scratch to Win T-shirt. Remember that T-shirt that he sent us? You know, which basically set the motion for the Scratch to Win. You know, S2W. Yeah, his brother died. And we want to send condolences to the family, fellas. I want to send condolences to the family. You know, he was sick, but you know, don't even know how sick you be until it really show up. Because you know, when you're a dog, that a lot of dog men. You know, we push shit. You know,
17%. That should get you in.
yeah, I get you. Hey, Mike, did you tell him about my doctor and the bad news the doctor gave us?
Nah, I didn't get a chance to get into that.
Yeah, man. Other day, doctor gave us some more bad news. Say I'm getting worse, and it's time for me to make a decision far as getting the thing put in my chest for my heart. Because I'm at a high risk of having an episode. So, me and my brother, we've been talking. You know, I always talk shit about that boxing, my brother. You know what I'm saying? He showed y'all that thing on the side. But he it's an insurance policy because of the situation that happened to him. And you know, when my cardiologist called me, my brother had a chance to hear the bad news right along with me, because I put it on speaker. So they pushing the thing about for insurance policy. You at that stage now that you need to get that thing. You need something that's going to help you, because you live by yourself, and you at that point that this thing can happen to you anytime. So my brother made the comment of, what's it called, Mike? S something? What is it?
SICD.
It's called a SICD is what my brother got. I think they had the same thing. They just didn't have the SI. So my brother questioning him about it. He was saying, well, the difference between you and your brother is you didn't have a bad heart when it happened to you. Your brother has a bad heart. It was like he was trying to say, hey, look, man, the machine they put in you, even though you did have an episode, you was lucky because you got a machine that you came around with a good heart. But he's telling me, like he was trying to explain to my brother, your brother has a bad heart. And the thing that's going to take for him is the thing that we got to plug into his heart. He didn't like that. Because he heard some bad shit about that. He said the doctor, when he did my brother, he told my brother that when he got done with my brother, putting the machine in my brother, he was going, and he had 3 other surgeries that he was going to do after my brother, taking the same machine that they want to put in me. He was taking them out. And one was a 15-year-old kid? So you know the story, man. You know what I'm saying? But am I doing it right?
Yeah, 15-year-old kid with the lead that broke off in his heart.
The lead that they put in the heart, one of them broke off in his heart. The other 2, the lead got rusty and caused blood poisoning. So he was taking the machines out of the 2 people who had blood poisoning from the machine to die. Yeah, they were going to die because there wasn't no cure for the blood poisoning that they had. So he was taking it out of them because there was no need for them to have it in there from the damage that was already done, and they was going to die because their blood was infected and they couldn't reverse.
Yeah, he had to do open heart surgery on the 15 kid to go pull the broken piece out of his heart.
Yeah, he said they had to take the 15-year-old kid that had the little broken lead. They had to go in and look for it. And he said this lead is no bigger than a string of hair. So he had to go and do open heart surgery to go in this kid's heart to find that broken lead. Now this is the machine that the VA wants to put in me. You know what I started calling myself? Kind of pissed off Mike, but I call myself when I say True Colors and Kenny Allen. Look, man, what the fuck, man? I'm gonna die anyway. Let me go ahead and just get out there and just get on the bus. I ain't taking no passengers. I'm driving back to the back. I'm going back to the past, man. I'm going out like everybody else went out. I ain't taking no machine. You know, I don't want no machine. You know, I got a lot of people trying to tell me about the machine, but nobody knows better than my twin. And if it's gonna look, I understand doctors, but I understand my brother better than I understand everybody else. He's been through something that really, to me, affected me because, you know, in my own mind, my brother took a punch for me because death was not trying to get him. And if he was trying to get him, he was trying to send notice to me. It didn't work. Because you should have took him, and you couldn't because of that good heart. Me with the bad heart, even his doctor told me at the time that my brother went through his episode, you wouldn't have never lived through it. So I got, you know, me and him, we've been on the scale lately because he understands that, you know, I'm in a bad place right now, and he want to make sure that if I ain't gonna do nothing, he want to be able to get to me quick enough. You know what I'm saying? And the way I heard it, like one of my people was telling me, you know, when it hit him, you know, he went, what you would call delusional. Like, say I'm talking to y'all right now, right? And then all of a sudden, I just turn my chair this way and start talking to y'all like y'all over here. No, I ain't talking to the camera no more. I'm talking to you. And then all of a sudden, I'm back on the camera like nothing's wrong. And I'm back on, you know, I'm talking again, you know, making sense. He was having a stroke. He was having a stroke. Right there, talking to some people, and he did it twice, you know, and he died. Put it like that, and he died. But the thing that got him messed up, remember, that's what happened to our boy Snake. Remember, before he died, he got delusional. Forgot where he was at. And then he came back. In that short period of time, he thought everything was back to normal. He did it again. Now, the whole time you're doing it, everybody else looking at him, man, you all right? Man, you all right, man? You sure? Man, you don't see what you just did? Oh, man, you got to know my boy. You know, the situation when I saw him, he looked terrible. And he was really glad that I saw him. That's how you can't be no closer and more loyal to the people that's loyal to me. So when everybody else might not have been there, I ain't got nothing to do with everybody else. Because me and his relationship didn't relate to everybody else. We had a bond, and he had no doubt that me and my brother would be there. One way or the other. Because we always have. It's like he's always been there for us. But they said he got out of the hospital, probably damn near checked himself out. After what I saw for my own self, he was fucked up. And you know, and I asked him, man, why are you still around? Because you fucked up. You know, I mean, we made a pact. We made a pact. And my pact is, if the day that I ever look fucked up, y'all, and if I can't walk or I'm shitting on myself, all I ask you to do is put me in a chair, and if I got a wheelchair, roll me out to a pool some damn where, some water somewhere, and just leave me alone. Because I refuse to live like that. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I'm so pit bull minded. If I'm going to do a game scratch, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to scratch while I can, not when I can't. See, there's a difference. I can't show you I'm game if I'm at the line dropping to the goddamn floor. Give me a chance while I'm on my feet to check my gameness. Because it don't make a damn difference if I'm game enough to still be alive and I can't scratch. So take advantage of the time that I'm scratching and test me. Don't push me to the point that I can't and leave me. You see what I'm saying? So right now I'm in that scratching stage where I want to take my chance of scratching while I can. I want to scratch. I don't want to keep going until I can't scratch. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to be delusional. And the chances of helping me is none. Or I'll be like Kenny Allen doing what I really want to do and die where I want to die. I don't have no problem dying in a box, doing what I love. You know, it's a shame that I'm not in that position to do what I love anymore. So what are we gonna do about it? I'm gonna sit on this show and get delusional on y'all and probably drop dead on this goddamn screen. If I'm gonna die, let me die like that talking to y'all. Since I can't get in the box, y'all the next closest thing to the box. And I'm going to try to give up the best show. I'm going to try to give up the best that I can to give y'all. And, you know, I'm getting down to, you know, I need to hurry up and get this book. There's a lot of things I need to hurry up and do and stuff that I really want to do. But when you got two people here that's old as us and we're not really working these, you know, it's like, damn, remember, we don't get no VA help. And we veterans, you know, and because we never wanted to fight for that shit, you know. We just, when you right off the block, you don't worry about those things in your early ages to go fight for your rights or go fight for your benefits. You know, we didn't care because we didn't need that shit. That's what it was. But when you get sick in them later years, and then you got them same people talking about what the government owe you for your time in the service and what you gave this country. It's not the fact that you didn't worry or didn't want it. It's the fact that you deserve it and you need it. Now. So now I'm trying to fight for something that I might not have enough time to fight for. But at least I got to fight, you know, and those are called scratches. So they convinced me and my brother, you know, by us in our attitude and the way we looked at it, we would stand in the line. Because we should be taking advantage of what is due to us. They're not giving us shit, we earned it. You know what I'm saying? And we are the curs by not scratching for it. We're curring out by giving them the win. By them being able to hold something that we deserve, that we should be fighting to get. You know, while we out here sitting here doing podcasts, not being able to work like we used to work, you know what I'm saying, doing the things that we're trying to do, that, you know, like put something out there that, you know, I thought would be something that I would love to do. And then to, you know, see my brother taking on and open this podcast and really get me the life that, you know, I could have been sitting somewhere really getting bad because I wouldn't be doing shit. Because prior to that, you know, the dogs brought me back to life. They did. They put life back in me because everything was going wrong. Now I'm accepting what's wrong because of the dog game and the love that the people out here has put out there towards me and my brother. You know, we have our knuckleheads out there, but anything that's good, you're going to have people out there to hate. You know? You're going to always have somebody out there to hate because they're not you. And I can live with that, and I can accept it. Maybe sometimes we dive into battles, you know, because we are the kind of guys that, you know, we don't stand in line, and, you know, you shoot one over the ball at me, that's like you in that corner. Expect me to scratch. Sometimes it can be a fast lane fight. Sometimes it's just a bum ass fight. I'm fighting a bum. Make it a quick fight, that's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just getting fucked with the fast lane, right? You know, okay? So that's how I see shit. So when I'm in this room sitting, y'all know my mindset. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know the way we think. Y'all have spent, there's guys in this room and in the back street that have spent over a year and a half, going to be 2 years in February, coming every Tuesday and Friday to watch these two twins get on here and talk dog. And had the privilege and the pleasure of reaching out there and grabbing some of my old friends that's still around and to bring them in and share that with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know from the very beginning, for those who followed us, knows that we came in from the very start. And my brother telling you why I'm sitting in this chair. And the final outcome of this chair, the day that I'm not going to be sitting in this chair. You know, because we don't know when that day comes. You know, I told my brother when he was telling me about getting the box and shit, right? I know I seen this look in his face when I told him, I said, well, man, what happens the day that you have to come in here and sit in this chair by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You should have seen that look on that boy's face, man. I don't know whether at that point in time that he thought about it. You know, just the thought. But it was a sick look. It was a sick look. You know, and the look looked so bad, it hurt my feelings. Because the pain and the hurt, or even the thought, rushed him so quick on the question that by the time the question generated to the brain, his natural reaction to the question looked bad. Like, I'm glad I'll be dead for him to have to sit there in front of y'all, because I would hate to see my brothers in the pain that he would go through to lose his other half. And I never really thought about it like, you know,
I would be signing off.
my brother having to come in this show and to sign off, because that would be the last show. And the hurt that I saw on his face that day gives me an idea, y'all, that it's going to be a terrible day today my brother have to sign off. But understanding this, it's not like it's something that we can't be overlooking. It's not like it's something that we can't keep pushing off to the shelf. The doctors is trying to save my life by giving me an insurance policy by putting something in my chest that he don't want to see in my chest. And if they can't put what he got in his chest, he don't want me to take nothing else but what he sees worse for him. And me seeing what he looks like with that thing in his chest, with a good heart, is something I don't want with a bad heart. And I don't want them to put something in me that he's not comfortable with, especially when they're telling him that shit ain't working. And maybe it works for some people, but I've been really having bad luck. Because everything these people do to me is always an ill effect. They gave me the one medicine, my face blew up. I go to the hospital and come back with blood poisoning. I walk around with a leg falling off and take them 2 years to fix that. I mean, it's like every time I went to the doctor, there's another organ going down. And now everybody wants to put it on. Everything that goes wrong with me, there is failing heart. Everything. My eyes, failing heart. My gums, failing heart. You know what I'm saying? My legs, failing heart. Be tired all the time, heart failure. It's all that. It's always related to that. So sooner or later, it's going to be like, well, goddamn. If I don't take the machine, either one of them, and give me a chance to put my body together like I was when guys, I was working out and doing just fine. But due to my heart failure, it destroyed it was hurting. I was not feeling good. So it was advised for me to stop. You know, because evidently that was speeding up the process of my heart failure. I mean, lifting weights and working out. You know what I'm saying? It was making things worse. So I had to stop. Okay, so now that I'm stopping, you know, you still got bad news. So I think I'm going back to doing what I was doing. Going back to doing the things my people out there, you know, y'all gave me a lot of love and support. You know, a lot of that stuff y'all was telling me, you know, there was a lot of suggestions and a lot of encouragement and you know, just standing there with a brother, man, and reassuring that brother, man, that don't let nobody tell you but God. And when God's got to tell you, you know, you're going to be gone anyway, because he's going to come and get you. Don't let nobody else tell you shit. In the meanwhile, everybody had some advice. Everybody had a good story to tell. And I think that's what kind of got me away from thinking about all this other shit. And it was been a while since I really thought about it. You know, I'm always thinking about that hourglass though, because you know when they told me they could not fix me, You know, then there's an hourglass that got turned over and it's just watching the sand. And we all knew this day was going to come to the point where that sand is running. But now, the bad news is I'm in the risk zone. Now it's making that glass look a little bit more like, you know, you look over at that glass now, boy, that sand done went down a lot when he said that. And it seemed like it was meant for us both to hear the bad news because I just so happened to be at his house when the doctor called. And you know, he called me on a Saturday. You know, and doctors don't call people unless there's something they need to tell you. This doctor called me on a Saturday afternoon, just to tell me, you know, your shit's bad, kid. You need to start making some decisions here. So, just giving y'all the ups on that part right there. So, you know, I'm not trying to change things, but I'm trying to turn up some shit. You know what I'm saying? If I can't go out there and go out like Kenny Allen, if I can't go out there and go out there like my boy True Colors, then, you know, I guess I'll get on this podcast and go out like this. Scratch to the end. Scratch to win. You know what I'm saying? Look, as long as I make it to the scratch, I might not win that battle. But guess what? When you pick me up, you pick me up game. Because I didn't lay down and I didn't shut down. So I'm going to do everything I can and thank my brother for, you know, making this whole thing possible. Because, guys, one of these days, you know, it's going to be a Monday or a Friday, going to be some real bad days. But until that day, man, I'm going to keep pushing. You know, I'm letting all you guys know that my answer to all that shit is no. I'm going to put it in God's hand, and when it's time for me to go, time for me to go. I did have a DNR that my twin is making me go get that shit off of there. You know, he does not want that. You know, if I can't do what he want me to do as far as getting the shit, at least take the DNR off. You know, so, and I'm going to give him that. I'm going to take the DNR off, and I'm going to give them a chance, because if I had it on there, I would think my brother would come in there with them guns and make him do it regardless of what the hell my request was. You're going to take a chance to try to save my brother, or we're going to have a damn problem, or y'all going to end up putting me down there with him. So I don't want my brother to go through none of that shit, so I'm going to go get the DNR off. I just hope when they do it, I don't suffer. You know what I'm saying? When you go in the DNR, you know, everybody trying to wake you up. I hope you don't let me wake me up and I'm some slobbering all over the place, or and some damn coming that don't even know what the hell he is. Because that's the last thing that happened to my boy before he died. He stopped talking. He stopped talking. They took him to the hospital. You know what the hospital told him? You might as well take him on over. We're going to take him on over to hospice. He didn't even last over to the hospice. They already gave him some morphine, said there's no more we can do for him. They said there's no more they can do for him. They moved him over to the hospice. He had already seen his peoples. Happiest day of his life. He was happy to see us. He died the next day. He didn't even live 24 hours over there in hospice. But that's what you call scratch to win. He didn't let that. He went right out there, y'all, and he died doing what he wanted to do. Not what the doctors advised him. Not what his woman wanted him to do. He did what he wanted to do when he got out of that hospital, because he knew it was time for him to go. He was not in good shape, and he was not going to do it in the hospital. He walked out of that hospital and went out there and hung on the block like he's always done. Give me some gambling and give me some dice. And let me go out here and hang out, kick it with the fellas. And that's what he was doing. He went and got delusional. First, he was getting delusional twice. Then he went to couldn't see, and then he went to no response because he couldn't even talk. All that happened in him doing what he wanted to do. So I'm just telling y'all like this, man. I'm gonna have the best fun, and it's been fun. It's been real. Sometimes it's really hard because it's hard for me to separate the now and the past, because see, I want to be so part of the now, to really look into y'all world and tell y'all from my past what's wrong in the now. But in the now, I don't. How am I gonna tell the now to some people, you know, without feeling like I'm telling y'all to take what I'm doing from the past and use it for the now, and I'm not. I don't, and I want to come off that way. You know, I want to continue sharing what can't be changed. Everything about me and what I did back there cannot be changed. It's part of history. I mean, if I was going to be all that back then, you know what I'm saying, I would have had every reason to lie. But how can you walk away from something and just so happen to walk back in and you see there's a different world than what you left? And by the way, you sure left a lot of great crumbs behind, twin. To be able to pick up something and be able to get on here and show you what I left. You see what I'm saying? So for anybody to ever doubt anything that I say about my past, what fucking difference does it make 20 years later if I walked away from the game not caring? More worried about protecting those around me so they don't get drugged into this trap that I got caught in. So if I wasn't looking for fame back then, why you think I'll be even thinking about it now, 20 years later, when there was a lot to come back to that I didn't know when I left? I take what I know and found out what was left, accepted what was given to me, and I'm trying to share it back to you guys. So there was never an agenda back then to have to lie. You gotta lie about something. We having fun doing, what you gonna need to be. I can't be doing some of this and not of that. I mean, come on, that sounds ridiculous. You know, if you fake, you're gonna be fake all the way around. You can't hide a fake ass. It's so easy for me to expose them, ain't it? Y'all done seen my shows. It's not hard to expose a fake ass. You know, you want to make me a fake, but you can't, because you got too much real shit coming. You know, you can't take the real and try to add some fake shit when you can't change the real. The shit you can't change. You want to change, but you can't. Because there was no intentions on ever being a fake ass anyway. You know, I never looked for fame. When I got out of the game, I found out that it was recognized when I got back, and from my own peers that knew I was there one minute and gone the next. You know, they had a chance to see me again and heard from me and able to tell me, you know, how much they enjoyed me and the times that I had with them, how much I enjoyed hanging out with them. Because back then it was all just part of the game and normal. It was all just part of the game. There wasn't no agendas, y'all. We fighting dogs. And I love watching them, and I love doing them. I love the dedication that it took to make a winner. And it's not easy. You know, some guys was just had the money and the luck that had the right shit. You know, I never got to that level. But I got to a level that, you know, I was on a playing field that I felt that I could stand amongst my peers and didn't have to stand there and brag about myself. I didn't have to stand there amongst my peers and brag about myself. All my peers was tapping me on the back. You know what I'm saying? I got enough around me to tell you I ain't fake. I got enough great dog men around you to tell you I ain't fake. I walked away from the game showing you I wasn't fake. No agendas. Only agenda was to protect those behind me. Make sure they didn't get caught up in my web. That ain't fake. Went to prison, did my time and got out and still kept on moving. So now I'm back. And what I'm giving y'all ain't fake. Time's running out. That ain't fake. So this channel does not run on fake shit. We expose fake shit. You know, those that don't like it, they get fed to the sharks. This room here is our house. And in our house, we protect our house. Is that how it goes, Shark Tank? The people in it, we come here to enjoy the shit. You know, I want to do more matches. I want to bring in more matches. I want to bring out and start talking about more matches and imagination of some of these matches so you can just get the imagination part of it. The imagination part of it. Just read the stories and just imagine you standing there pitside watching that shit. Just the imagination in itself, man. And then when you go out there and look on your own yard and say, do I got one of them? Boy, I would love to have one of them. Just the feeling. To even say, man, it's a twin, them, they did it, man. And if that takes you to take that and just to feel what it must have felt like for me to turn around, because I'm trying to give you all my emotions and all my motherfucking heartfelt shit in this shit, that you could feel it and don't need to do it. But just to feel it and just to look at your shit and just wonder, do I got one of them? You don't have to go out there and do what we did. Times is totally different and you got a lot more to lose than what we did because the game ain't fair now. Times and respect and loyalty, not the same time, not the same loyalty, not the same respect in the now. You guys know that. You're dealing in a different world. That's what makes me old time and y'all new school. But it's going to take the old time to set the standards of what is supposed to always been there in the old and the new. And the old and the new ain't none of this part ever supposed to change. That's your loyalty, your respect, and your integrity to the dog game. There's no new rules to that shit. None. Same expectation still lies. Whether the dogs are better or whether they worse has nothing to do with the loyalty, the respect, and the integrity of this game. And in those things right there, you have all the reason in the world to be honorable. You know what I'm saying? For y'all to get the respect that y'all give to me is honorable.
You got all that, can't be nothing but truth.
You know what I'm saying? And like my brother just said, with all that can't be nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. There's nothing attached to this shit. But me giving back to what was given to me. And having an opportunity to maybe one day somebody be able to do the same thing that I did and say, them twins. Yep, they're going hard twins. Yeah, here's their videos. Yeah. 20 years from now, like I went back 20 years and put y'all on that bus, I'm taking y'all 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago. And inviting y'all into a world. You'll be able to tell the same story 20 years ago to 20 years from now. And I hope I'm a part of that story. A lot of shit that I done put out there in those videos that y'all should be able to go back through that can help you in a lot of ways. And from the old point of view. Sometimes you need an old point of view to have a new point of view. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sharing that with y'all. So I hope y'all take that shit, ride it like it's supposed to be rolled. You know what I'm saying? And take it to where it need to go. And until we do this again on Friday, because I'll be back. Think about the things that we talked about when it comes to y'all and y'all safety and they're doing this shit. Because nothing means more to me than you guys staying safe. I'm tired of watching dog men lose their yards. I'm tired of seeing dog men, you know, taking the chances that they're taking. I'm tired of the game being so full of fucking snitches, man, and wannabes and motherfuckers that want to be irrelevant for what? This shit's illegal, so why are you trying so hard to be relevant? What is it that you want everybody to know about you? You really want to be relevant in this shit, for real? Knowing damn well when shit get raggedy, you gonna snitch. Because it's the ones that wants to be relevant, those are the ones that end up being the snitches. Because those are the ones you're gonna always catch talking. If they're listening to go back and tell the next person like it's them. You know, they're talking twin shit, but they're talking it like it's their shit. They want to be relevant that bad. They ain't done shit. They're just talking twin shit. You get those. But you guys is out here just feeding these dogs and taking the risk with these dogs and learning with these dogs and trying to figure it out with these dogs. Y'all don't have time for all that goofy ass shit. So stop listening to it. If you're gonna listen to some dumb shit, don't put it on the dogs. Because listening to dumb shit gonna have you getting into some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna go follow the Pied Piper, make sure he's the real one. Don't go follow some fake ass. Just gonna take you and lead you right into some shit. And out here, that's what I see in this new shit. Y'all don't know the difference. So I'm trying to give y'all some better eyeglasses to be able to see the difference. But it starts out with y'all frame of mind and how y'all thinking. You have to have loyalty, respect, and integrity first. Don't try to be something that you're not, because why would you want to be the man and doing this shit? You better be doing this shit because you love it. Not because you want to be the man. Not because you want to be able to sit there in the chair and be like Twin one day. Because Twin had no intention of ever doing this shit here. Never even thought about doing it. And we've been in front of the public eye all our life. We just didn't get known by sitting in this chair. We've been known and doing this shit that we've been doing all our life. So we've always been popular. Because we're popular people, because we get out there and where people see us. And we're not shy. And when whatever we do, we're going to kick it and have fun. And if there's anything I want to throw out there to y'all, is that kind of mentality. If you're going to feed your dog, go through all this shit for your dog, don't forget to make it fun. You know, I lost wives and families and freedom fucking with this shit. But I'm going to tell y'all, yeah, I wouldn't take away that fun for nothing in the world. I give all that shit up again for that fun. I give all that shit all over again for that fun. You know what I'm saying? They the ones that missed out, not me. Any questions, guys? Any questions, Money? 'Cause I know I'm tired.
No, sir.
Nobody got any questions? They throwing roses on me already, man. I didn't even ask for them.
Azad Bucks. Appreciate the love, fam.
Hey, yeah, man. I'm going to call it a night, y'all. I hope we have fun with that, y'all. I mean, I'm going to be back Friday. And Friday, I'm bringing out the book. Now, y'all want to do matches and pedigrees, or y'all want to do pedigrees and matches? Just let me know. Because I want to do a lot more matches. I want to go through and spend more time talking about the dog fights. You know what I'm saying? We don't talk enough about the dog fights. You know? That's what I like getting back on the bus and really talking about the dog fights. That's why I don't like talking about dogs and breedings that don't have a bunch of champions. Because they're not related to what I love to do. You know what I'm saying? If it's not related to what I love to do, and that is to win and make champions by winning, one-time winner, two-time winner is all good, but that champion, grand champion, registered mayor shit, that shit really, that's like a pinnacle. And any guy that does these dogs the way we love to do the dogs, You know, it was a very happy moment. I would have loved to have been able to do it with Red Ace. I would have loved to have been able to do it with Mikey and Bruiser in my learning stages, because those dogs had the ability to do that. But I had to learn and take the steps to get there. And I had all the right people to get me there. And that's why I'm able to sit here and share that with y'all. So let's get back on that bus, y'all, on Friday. And let's do a little bit more of that, because if I can't get in there and do it, then at least we can get in there and talk about it and wish we was doing it. And I want to do more of that. You know, I don't want to be just a school teacher. I want to be able to take you guys and take you onto that world, really. You know, how we had to load up, get to the spot, get the weigh in, got to wash, and got to talk to the judge, and got to look at all the people around you and wondering what they saying in the moments you in the box. What goes on in the box when you're in the box, when everybody hollering and talking shit, and got to get the, you know, I want to get into that, my experiences of what it felt like. You know, that's what I want. I told Mike this. I said, Mike, you know, I'm tired of running class. I want to do more dog fights, more matches. You know what I'm saying? He had to go through his little routine. You know, Mike, he want to make sure everything is right. Well, I mean, as long as we getting on the bus. Because we sure ain't got to worry about our 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? All y'all got to do is tell Mike that's what y'all want to see me do. Mo! We want to see Mo go ahead and take us deep into the box. We want to really get it. We in that third level. You know, in the Marines, you know, when you start blousing your boots when you was in the Marine Corps boot camp, you was real close to be coming up out that motherfucker. And see, we got enough people, you know what I mean, and y'all love me enough to start blousing your boots. You know what I'm saying? Let's enjoy some of this dog fighting shit. I mean, it sounds crazy, but it ain't. Because we should be allowed to talk about it in a deeper manner as far as pull some of the matches up and let's really look a little closer. Let's think about the condition. Why did some of them dogs quit and run hot so quick? And you see some of them was in good kennels. So, you know, everybody have a bad keep sometime. And sometimes we make bad decisions that we shouldn't do. And the reason why you don't know about them because they don't talk about those losses. They accept them, but they don't really tell you the insights. Like, you know, for those who don't know, you know, Rat, you know, you'll see I refereed one of Rat's matches, Stone City's Rat. And I was there when she lost to the Tennessee Dog Pound. And, you know, there, you know, you read it in the book, yeah, you see Rat lost, but you don't understand what I saw. I saw Rat lose that day, but I also knew why she lost. I understood why she fell off. I understood why she couldn't win. See, there's other things to these matches, guys, than just a match report. Sometimes things happen, like you hear Victor made it so clear when he was going into Cody, that all the disadvantages that Mayday went through and all the hurdles that Mayday went through and the time that they put in with Cody, with all those against him, just show you how great that damn dog was, because he overcame all the setbacks and was able to prevail. That means a lot if you know what I'm saying.
I feel like if he didn't have all them damn setbacks, Cody wouldn't have been in there as long as he was.
Cody wouldn't have made it. Look, Mayday had it came in there right. Cody would have got blew the fuck out. Period. He wouldn't have lasted as long as he did. And Cody was giving up Mayday was giving up 7 pounds. Probably was more than that, but I know it was at least 7 pounds Mayday was giving up. On top of all that other shit. And he did it half-ass sick. So for him to overcome that just showed the dog's greatness, because if Mayday had came in there with all checks marked, he'd have been like, Cody would have been just like Buddha and that Voltron 4-time winner that I saw. he ran through both of them. Both of them. So he probably wasn't the same dog that was on Buddha and them Botron and them's champion. But let me tell you this much. Cody was just lucky and to get the respect that he went as long as he did with Mayday. Don't mean he was good as Mayday. That just means with all the setbacks Mayday had against him, he just was able to prevail and overcome all those setbacks to win. That's what makes Mayday special. For all you haters.
All right, fellas, we at that time. I need to get some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some roses, roses. I need them damn roses.
This is gonna be my new dad. This is gonna be my new roses. Just flower me, baby.
Now,
Flower me.
We've been doing that at the end of all the shows, and it seems like we falling off, but we gonna still do it because again, for every moment that we sit here, you never know when it's gonna be the last show. You never know. So I'm always telling people, don't wait till people be gone to show your love. I give everybody the opportunity to show all the love for every time we do this show. That's why I do it all the time. Because at this point in time, and in every one of these shows, you get a chance to show your respect and love just for being here.
Yes.
So participate, get them thumbs up, show them muscles, throw them roses, show love.
Oh, like Michael Day. Oh.
Appreciate that, fellas. And don't forget to hit that damn like button if you ain't already hit that damn like button.
Hit the like button. You know, might be tripping on the like button.
Always, man. Always, man. Hold on, let me get this thing ready here, because you know I'm gonna have my little login thing here. Let me get this thing here right. Let me get this right. Okay, here we go. Turn this down. We're gonna talk our way out of this. Appreciate everybody who showed up tonight and everything.
Okay, move around. Yeah, you might check it like a motherfucker.
Around.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to here's a dog right here. Put it right quick. I'm gonna put him with the dog of the night. Do it like that. Change his pedigree. See, I don't look sick, do I, y'all? I need to go find me a Filipino, Italian, something real cute. And have her bathed. I just want to get bathed. Okay, how do I get that number? Sure. Let's do it like this. Oh, there it goes, there it is. Yeah, I gotta do this for my boy Ram. Since 06. There you go, Big Steppin'. This is gonna be for you, baby. I'm gonna go ahead and flash it on here right quick. Show the love, baby boy. But this is gonna be our dog of the night, fellas. So when I close out the show, this is what it's gonna be there. This is goddamn Big Stepper. This is Fran. You know what I'm saying? He sent me this pedigree for y'all to sit down there and enjoy. So this is gonna be our dog of the day right here. This is for you, Big Steppin'. Walking down rim. So let's do this.
Fellas, hey, appreciate everybody showing up and everything. Look, I know this was like one of them type of conversation shows, you know what I'm saying? That, again, I'm always feel like we should have, because, again, you know, I know the situation. Remember, when you get this age and you start losing people, you start looking at things a little bit different. You know, so I use his videos to be able to say, I'm trying to make a path. So if anything happened to my brother, you know, man, we talked about that. You know, because I'm not gonna ever try to take his place. You know, I'm not gonna try to continue doing this when it's not something that was done for me in the first place. You know? So that's how we're gonna ride this thing out. Yeah, we got some bad news. Actually, we got bad news that whole thing Saturday. Saturday morning, got a phone call. Actually, Saturday afternoon, after his doctor called, we got the phone call that my boy had passed that morning. So I take full advantage of this thing called life, being that we can't do what we used to do. We both got issues. So yeah, we serious about what we doing over here. You know what I mean? I know my audience is a bunch of grown people. So y'all all have different lives and lives to share. But like I said, what brings us together is we got a camaraderie because we love these dogs. And we share that love. And hopefully that's what y'all get out of it, because that's what we get out of it, because that's why we do what we do. We enjoy doing it. So I need y'all to keep hitting them damn like buttons. I need to y'all be talking junk about my sound. As you notice, the sound ain't messed up no damn more. But I know what my problem is. See, like I said, I got a 32 track studio here that ain't meant to be doing podcasts. And it's just too much power on this little bit of equipment. So I'm trying to simplify it. And you know, because of the popularity of podcast equipment is expensive as hell. So I just try to make what work and use what little bit of engineering capabilities I have to try to make it last as long as it lasts before it blow up something. But I really appreciate y'all for at least sticking around and seeing me through it and helping us out. But again, big shout out to my man 614 Tree, and I think Eli Monster, I will call you tomorrow, fam. Big 614 Tree say y'all get together and get this man a new microphone. No, y'all did that already. I need a new mixing board. I need to get off this big heavy track shit and get me some podcast equipment. You know what I mean?
No, they didn't say that. I love y'all, man. I love y'all, man. With you, I love this. Some guys that's been there from the beginning, man.
Yeah,
you know, you just get a certain feeling for these mugs, and they, you know, man, after a year and a half, y'all, you know, it's about time y'all start dragging him through there, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Good, man.
That last show, man, I had to tell him, man. I made him sit there and listen to the whole
two
show,
shows, man.
Yeah,
I was so disgusted.
Yeah,
it's almost like I think we got. I said, man, we got the most sorriest sounds. I mean, set up, and I can't do nothing about it because I got all this expensive equipment, but it ain't made for this. And so I've been tinkering, thinking it's not the cable, can't be the cable, because again, I can take all this shit away and sit here and record with my horns and a big band studio, and don't have no problems. But I've been made aware, you know.
after a year and a half.
You know, and I don't call it being cheap. But I got us a new camera, I got us a new microphone out of it. But
Thank you guys.
That's all because of you guys. But I never thought that I would have to, you know, change my studio just for something as simple as sound. You know, this heavy ass shit is just too much. Digital data don't work on the regular plug-in shit, you know what I'm saying? The conversion doesn't work fast enough. That's why I keep, you know, overpowering and you're hearing that feedback. So I'm gonna take care of it with y'all's help, but as you notice, I'm gotten a little bit better because I actually got it to stop. But it's no guarantee it's gonna stay like that, because once I'm done with this show, I go back to doing my studio work and I put everything back to normal, and then I gotta go back and try to figure out what I did to get it back to work on the damn Friday. You know what I'm saying? So not everything always sets back up the same because I don't have an automated setup. So gotta do my music just like he gotta do his show. It is what it is. But y'all just keep doing what y'all doing, and we'll take care of it and try to make the best of what we're working with. And I appreciate everybody for standing by and staying with us through all the drama. Because we ain't even hit 200 videos yet. We just now coming up on a year and a half. So I think the longer he do this, the better this thing gonna get. So if he ever make it to 600 or 700, which I hope we do, but just in case we don't, I just want to be able to at least have a chance to have it all right all at the same time on the way out. Then I'll be ready to settle once it's all said and done. If anything go wrong, y'all can come get this shit. Somebody else can take over. No, actually, I think I'll give it away to the next person so they can sit down and be able to pick up where we left off. Might be somebody in the Shark Tank, who knows? I know that's a hell of a job. It's a hell of a risk. But hey, why not take the risk if you're trying to give back? Because that's exactly how it's going to come to you. Somebody going to give it to you, and you're going to be like, it's my duty to give back. And that's what matters. That's what this whole thing is all about anyway, giving back. So,
Prayers to those that we lost, fellas. Don't forget, prayers to those that we lost. Condolences to the families, man.
yes, sir.
That's right. Just wanted to say that. Make sure everybody want to put that out there before we call it tonight.
Yeah, don't wait till they're gone to be talking about, you know what I mean?
Right.
I ain't never been a fan of that type of shit. I can talk about my boy, but one thing I can typically say about my boy, he wasn't somebody that I had forgot for 10 or 15 years, and then I'm all of a sudden getting him a shout out now that he gone. Nah. For people you love, you don't wait till they gone. You make it all possible, a point to make sure that you don't ever want to be that person. That's why it's always good to show the love. If it's really meant, you're supposed to show it.
That's right. Y'all show us so much love, man.
I mean, what
Y'all do. Y'all show us so much love, man. I got to give back.
Gotta give back. That's how I felt about my homie. You know, he showed so much love
And trust, respect, and loyalty.
I mean, it was down with us.
Regardless.
Yeah, so you know we had, look, remember, Mo told y'all about that pack we had. So when we seen him and see how bad a shape he was in, it was like he was waiting on us because he kept telling us, you know, not to come. I don't think he really wanted us to seem like that. But we found him anyway. And we seen how bad he was, and it was more like it hurt him because he didn't ever want us to seem like that. But then when he seen us and knew the work that we put in just to find him, to catch him in that situation, that I knew he wasn't going to be in that hospital long. Because we let him know, hey man, it's going to be okay. Mm-hmm. We let him know just like that. I love you to death, bro. You know, but it's okay. And you know what? My man got up out that hospital and he went and did. He lived the life like he wanted to go. He didn't lay up in that hospital and go out like that because in his heart, I knew he knew we knew. Live it to your best end, bro, and this ain't where you need to be at.
Why you still
here? That's what I love about that, man. And I got a chance to see him and show him and tell him that I loved him. And I got a call from his sister to let me know what happened. And she let it be known that, you know, when we left, he talked about it every day up until the day that he couldn't talk no more. And I'm still saying, let my boys know I did it my way. Let my brothers know I did it my way. You know, when you live life alone, we live life and done the things that we've done in life, it's good to know you got them kind of people still in your life. That he is really, truly is a part of my family. And I'm telling y'all, I got a big ass family. I give it all through the grace of God. And my family just got bigger when I got you guys. That's just a bigger part of the family. Something else to talk about. So until Friday, I need everybody to stay safe. You know what I mean?
Take care of your dogs.
Take care of your dogs. You know, pay attention while we talked about what we talked about today.
Know the law, because the law's not playing fair right now.
They're not being fair. And we don't want to see nobody else have to go through nothing they don't have to. That's important. If we're going to sit here and talk about it, we got to put it all on the table, cover it all. So, pass the word. You know, set time for a good show. But again, we move on. So until Friday, y'all know how we do this. And I know it's more than just an old cliche, because you see, it's everywhere you look, man. Representing the AK, S2W. Some people out there, you know, from my hometown, they know that's Southwest Side.
That's right. Southwest Side.
Southwest Side. You know what I mean? But that's what the
twin.
You know, that's what we tell you. I mean, it's S2W all day, forever, baby. Always. But today, that S2W gonna represent Scratch to Win. Because that's one thing we made sure, regardless of where we at, where we going, and if God permits us to be standing at the Golden Gates and they open up, I'm not gonna walk through, I'm running. And He gonna probably say, keep on scratching, twin, welcome home. Until then, we're gonna keep letting y'all know we always.
I'm gonna go right up to the gate and be like, where the pit at? Can I see G?
Come on, man, you just had to plug it
I
out.
just had to go there. I just had to go
Well,
there.
hell, I'm hanging out with Pac and them. You go ahead over there. I'm gonna go
Man,
find
I'm
Pac
going over
Big
there,
and the
man.
boys. You know what I mean? Shit. But look, you know we always. Go ahead, man.
You know we always and gonna continue to
Always. I mean, we always scratch to win. Y'all know what's up, man. Come on. What? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Love y'all, man.
Love y'all.
Dog of the night, fellas.
I'm gonna go ahead and pump this.
This is for Walk 'em Down Round Big Steppin', baby. He'll tell you the story one day. Shout out to Big Bra. Dog right here is Intense Kennels champion Red Dog. Some of that Patrick Cremator stuff again. Y'all see that, right? We were just on that earlier. What we know, y'all? Come on!
Dog of the night, Intense Kennels champion, Red Dog, 4-time winner. Champion Red Dog is the best representation of Sundance and Roscoe blend at Intense Kennels. Like his dame, he never met a person he didn't like and never lost his cool, no matter how rough and how tough it got. And like his sire, he was as tough as they come and relentless. There are a few claiming that they owned and or bred to Red Dog, but they're trying to sell puppies. Beware. The dog has always been owned by Intense and has never left the yard except during playtime. Red Dog was never bred outside the yard, and only one kennel, a real dog man, has sperm off him outside of Louisiana. The dog picture is Red Dog at 11 years old, so if you breed to any dog but this one, you got fooled. And we know there's a whole lot of that going on. Big shout out to Intense Kennels champion Red Dog, 4-time winner.
Alright. Now y'all know this is not the weekend, this is the weekday. Appreciate everybody who came out, hung out with us on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Don't forget we got merchandise over there. Go on hardkennelsreloaded.com. Go over there and check out some of the merchandise we got over there. You know, every little bit helps us do what we need to do. I know we need a new mixing board. Don't worry about it, as you notice, we'll make it work. But again, I appreciate everybody who have a big shout out to anybody who donates to, for a cause. Because that's what donations are. You believe in something and you generally give from your heart. Generally when you do donations, you're doing it because you're doing it from the heart. You're not looking for nothing in return because you just basically believe in what the person is doing or looking to just help someone. So it's not a matter of how much you give. It's just always going to boil down to the fact that you do give, and how can you not appreciate it? So again, big shout out, much appreciation and love to all the people who cash app and super chats, super stickers, and another bigger shout out to all my people on the back street who hang out with us from week to week. Again, I always tell you guys, when you see the video, don't forget to hit the like button. I say that because it's a YouTube thing. And anything that helps the channel is free. I feel like, hey, why not take advantage of it? So I encourage you to hit the like button. I really didn't have a poll for today because the conversation we had really didn't call for a poll. It would be temperature checking anything. This dog game is a real serious game. We're not even a considered game. It's a society. It's a group of people who have a love for an animal that was bred to do what it does. And just that thought, sometimes rub people a different way. And again, sometimes just being a certain color rub people a certain way. So maybe that's just a part of life. But again, we love what we love, and it is what it is. It's just important to at least understand that anytime you're doing anything that you don't have any business doing, or dog fighting is illegal, and I do not condone or promote dog fighting on this channel. What we do, we speak based on historical purpose and educational and entertainment purposes only. Again, we can only tell you what our experiences. That's it. All this is fictional until you make it factual. So we try to keep our audience aware and abreast of that and treat it for what it is. Do it, accept or be responsible for the risk that you're taking, and be able to, walk that walk, talk that walk all the way to the end. That's all. But it takes you back to, is it really worth it sometimes? For us, hey, I guess it was, or why would we do it, right? But we did understand what we were doing, understand what we were getting into, and we took the ride. So, I just like to put that out there, so can't keep dodging that conversation because you don't want people to get the wrong idea. A lot of guys, when the shit actually comes down, they'd be the first ones to throw other people under the bus when they know how this is supposed to work. You accept your faults and then you ride with it. Don't bring other people into your situation when to save your own soul, because again, if that was going to be the case, why are you doing it? Lessons learned is a lesson taught. Live by the disclaimer. Live by the disclaimer, you won't have that to worry about. That's all I'm saying. So, I hope
hope everybody took heed. I thought it was a good conversation. A necessary conversation. Hope you guys feel the same way by hitting that like button. And for those who hadn't already hit that like button, hit the like button. And for those who haven't hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button. You know, to all my people on the West Coast, I know you just chiming in. Don't forget to hit that like button. Go ahead and push me up over at least 100. You know, I need 7 more likes out there. Anybody that's hanging around, I think it's about 20, 30 y'all. If you haven't hit that like button, why don't you just jump out there, hit that like button, push me up over 100 likes for tonight. You know, believe me, definitely it helps. And it's well appreciated because it is a Tuesday night hanging out in the Shark Tank, hanging out with Going Hard Kennels Reloaded Talk Show. Appreciate everybody for showing up as I get ready to rock out and shut this down. Y'all remember, always stay true to what you do, believe truly in how you do it, respect with the honor and the integrity. You know what I mean? We're always gonna bring the honor and the truth. Those things right there, actually, it's the character of a person. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes you who you are. Actually, those qualities, I think, would make the world a better place. But we don't live in a perfect world, a perfect society. But it's okay to try to be the best person that you can be. So why not? So as we rock out, parking lot closing. Here we go. Yeah. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. See y'all Friday for a Hot Mic Friday. Until then, everybody stay safe. I'm out. Deuces. Peace. Hey, Josh. Hold on. Do this like this. That's for you, Josh. Appreciate your fam. Hit us in the email. I'm out. Deuces. Don't forget to hit that like button. Hit the damn like button.
Mic check.